Ever just unmute a mic with your face? All right. Believe it or not, we're doing facecam again. Had a bit of a pick-me-up. Was rather nice. Also, welcome back to Arceus. It's kind of another thing. Also, yeah, I did get a new mic. Very red. Very, very red. Also, so side reason why I didn't also keep doing, excuse me, do facecam is because of the lights. This room only has one working light right now, other than like my computer screen, but it's the ring light that I've had for like 5-6 years or something. I'm surprised it still works. I'm gonna be honest, but it is actually the only thing that works. The actual light in this place does not work anymore, so you can see into my glasses. That was like another reason why I just didn't want to resume face cam, is because like I'm such a weird perfectionist with this stuff that y'all being able to see into my glasses and such, I'm like, or like my eyes just being blocked out. I think it's because like the screens are just super bright, but this should be fine. Also for console stuff, like you have the yeah, we can go brighter. That should be okay. Is there, hold on. Blue light seems fine. It's just interesting, like, looking up at a screen the entire time. I didn't particularly like it when I was, when I did this in the past. So Pikachus. I wish, like, the actual freaking light worked, because that would be great, but it doesn't, so. Some weird fucking noises, thank you. You are actually something I need, I think. Right. I think I need you. I need Raichu. Well, I mean, I guess that works. So, the Scyther one, I also need. Well, okay, we can evolve that guy then real quick. But yeah, we're gonna see how this all works with lights. Just go from there. There's a Cleavor. There's a Scyther. Hold on. Like, I know you're there, but, like, give me, like, 2 seconds. I also need Black Auguryte. I don't remember where you get Black Auguryte, because I don't typically get Black Auguryte. Also, I should really be bringing up my Pokemon list. The Scyther is there. Caesar is there. I just need to evolve. I think a Scyther. Don't I have a Scyther? Oh, that Field needs to evolve. I remember that. You'd think that my brain would actually. Doesn't really. So you need to evolve. Long story short, you just need to evolve. I do have a Raichu. Fun. Good. It's nice. I got this little like notebook pad so I can actually like write stuff down. So we do have the Monferno. I do have a Weird Ear. We need a Zubat. That's gonna suck. Oh, and then I need one more Eevee. I need one more Alpha Eevee. You can just come with me. It's great that the extras is just gonna get larger and larger. Ridiculous, but whatever. Okay, so you need Black Augerite. Do I remember where Black Augerite is? No. Black Augerite Pokemon, thank you. Tell me where it is, because I need it for Cleavor. On the floor at Space-Time Distortions. Carried by Gravelers and Golems. Is it really just on the ground? I thought it wasn't. I thought we had this whole conversation that it wasn't. Yeah. Treasure maps, whatever. Because there's also digging it up. Okay, digging it up is an option. So I don't need Scythers anymore. I strangely enough need Drifloon? Okay, Drifloon. Do I need Weasel? I do need Weasel. I do have an Apom. Hold on. I saw that I have an Apom in there, so I don't need the Apom on this list. I just started writing down, like, everything. So, Gardevoir, I'm pretty sure. I already know where a Gallade is. Oh, we do need a Gastrodon, though. That is another thing. Hold on. Let's go to Weasel first. Once again, we're also just trying to get alphas while also getting everything else. So. Spiel can evolve. Should have thought about that. That's okay. I wish the light in this room actually worked. It doesn't anymore. The thing is, Doge has like, he keeps telling me that he has no idea how to like actually fix it. And I'm just like, it's probably just a fucking, like one of those like bar lights. I don't remember what they're called, but like, it's just a long bar. And you just need to get a ladder to get up there. Don't you dare. You took one for the team, buddy. Congratulations. Leave a mark on history, our French kissed it. I'm a champion of the world, distinguishing his pride. Kiss my ass, Frankie. I have to wait in line. I also still don't have an idea for taking care of the space-time distortions, but come up with one. Also, 3-star Avias. Can we talk about that? 3-star Avias? Crazy. You know what? If there's a potential that there is Black Augerite, then I might actually want to just get what I can get. The best idea that I got. You'll see what I mean here in a little bit. Do you run away? I think you do, but like... Yeah, you do. It's just easier if I catch you. Stop! So mean. Would you do that? Y'all about to see me get upset though if there's a yellow Drifloon over here. Like, I've seen so many Drifloons in my time. Are you a Wormadam? You are. Stay with me. I got so many songs stuck in my head, by the way, chat. Like, I will probably start randomly singing again today. We will see as time goes on. Me, the answer is yes. Stay with me. Baby, stay with me. Tonight, don't leave me alone. Walk with me. Come and walk with me to the edge of all we've ever known. I can see you there in the city lights, 14th floor on Pear Blue. Yeah, cool. Okay, here is what we're gonna do. We are going to switch to Ursaluna. Just in case we do find one. And I actually don't care if the rainstorm clears up, and the reason for that is because we do need space-time distortions to show up anyway. But this is purely going to be for Black Auguryte anyway. So. Come on. Candy truffles. Luckily I know like vaguely where the spots are, so this should be fine. Also need to look for trees anyway. Black Auguryte! Set the sunstone. Goodbye, Abra. I'll never see you again. I'm not sure what this is gonna be. With my eyes closed, all I see skyline through the window. Moon above me and the streets below. Hold my breath. Kiss your lips and feel my skin. When the time comes, baby, don't run. Just kiss me slowly. Son, this is my fight song. Take back our life song. Down here. Where? Get some goddamn G. Ball of mud! Don't need it. Do I even want to go this way? I guess I could. It's like... Yeah. He's gonna find it! There you go. Good job, Buckaroo. Well, there's still there's like a tree up there that could have one. Here. Also, it's very interesting, like, it's gonna be interesting seeing how people react to facecam, especially for this game, like, moving forward. Seriously? Well, I do need one of those. That's cool. Okay, well, that's fine. The reason I say that is because I'm not that expressive of a person when it comes to, like, facial expressions, I think. I don't know, that's me just being harsh to myself. But when it comes to shiny Pokemon, as I've talked about numerous times, I'm not really super surprised when it happens, unless it's like pure base odds. Other than that, it's like, we'll get it eventually. So it's not that big of a deal. That being said, I think it's been so long since I've actually had facecam on that I think some people are going to be surprised by my just lack of reaction to if we get a shiny. We'll run around for a hot second. Somewhere. Right around here. Truffle. Candy truffles. Pointless. Also, running around helps with, like, for Driftlings right now. You gotta be kidding me. Immediately? That's crazy. Good shit. Good shit. Oh, we're gonna be owning right now. I would prefer... Alright, so... Hope. What's our hope for this? Well... We hope for... Can't think of the name. We hope for Sneasel. Sneasel is kind of what we're looking. Alright, there's a seal somewhere around here. Yep. So the reason we did this is because this seal is somebody else's that we don't really want. I'm sticking to catching my own, and there we go. Well, actually, so trade shinies. Those are just from like other. That's right. They give me a ridiculous amount of Fiona. Because I was trying to get rid of it as possible. What my general idea is that if there's anybody who wants like one of those shinies, my main thing is just getting rid of the ones that are not associated with me. Getting those taken care of, and then going from there. But I would just take regular Pokemon just to get rid of. Alright, where's my next ones that I'm leveling up? You? It is. This is the correct order. So we hope for a shiny Sneasel. And also Black Augury, but I'm not really holding my breath on that. This is a world where nothing's ending on time. Well, I don't know what I was singing. Oh my gosh, she came, she went, like something like that. It is like my room cannot decide if it wants to be cold or if it wants to be. So. time we listen to everyone. We sing at last. What other stuff do we have? Also, now you can see when I'm on my phone, y'all. My order was delivered. Great. In the town of New Orleans. Okay. I do gotta print that. That's fair. Alright, so now this. And then we're just chilling. So what? Black Augury can potentially happen. Alright. You're not what I want. Well, you are, but I need you to be like a different color. You all are not what I need. You're also not it. Linking cord I, strangely enough, do need. Interesting. Not what I was expecting. Come on. I need you to be cool. You're so mean, but that's fine. We knew this was gonna happen. I just need to think. Try that again with the TH, please. Think of just some way to, like, get these to consistently spawn. I woke you up. I'm so sorry. Like, that was not my intention. It could be. I don't need a medicinal leak. Here. Well, I strangely enough need the linking cable because that's how we get the golem, so that's cool. That guy's got a tongue. Just tonguing. Wave that tongue around like ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Huh. Now, why would you do that? That's so mean. No, okay, well, one of you needs to be caught. Buddy, you don't see anything. You thought you'd see something? Nope. Not happening. I want you to know there's 4 different places that I can actually, like, watch what's going on. I got a computer screen right there where the camera is, that screen up there, and then the laptop that's to the left. I could watch. I got security cameras up in here. That's pretty much what it feels like. It's an Eevee. Well, we did see an Eevee. We just need a white one. I'm sniffing you. I'm sniffing you. You licked me. That's so mean. Hunter just licked me. That's crazy. Alright. Licky Licky, I think, just does not care. You really don't. Everyone else was like, rawr, we're gonna get you. Licky Licky is like, dude, I don't care. You got licked by a different Haunter. Like, that's not cool. Okay. Here is my thought process. First off, I need to go just travel around just to see if the are there. Black Auguryte we can get from digging, but also we can get it from a Graveler. So what if we just kill a Graveler every time we come here until we get it? Seems like a perfect plan. Because there's this guy over here. Maybe you'll be nice and, like, we can defeat you in one fell swoop. You know what? Mud Bomb seems like a great move. Alright, now you're going to drop it first try. No, but you're going to drop Grit Gravel, which... not the greatest thing. It's not the worst, but... crazy! We got a shiny Pikachu! There's nothing new to add. That's true. I should also maybe, like, I know I need to go for the EVs and stuff that I'm missing. I feel like I should also just be going for the Rowlets as well, like, for, like, the other Pokemon that I still need. So what I'm going to do is that Graveler, we're going to keep killing that Graveler until we get the Black Auguryte. It's probably just regular Gravelers, actually, maybe. Yeah, no, we'll just do that when we're on our lead up. Yeah, I know what we can do. The big goal is essentially just finding... but I think we're at 3 shiny EVs is what we need, just to undo the damage. I think so. I think so. These are Cyndaquils. Those are Oshawotts. Cyndaquils are actually more important because I need 3 shinies of those too. So. Hello! Where are you? There you are. I see your Munchlax. I lost some frames for some reason. I don't know why. Everything should be fine, so. Okay. So. Let's take a look. This guy, well, hold on. The Turtwig line I also probably, except for Torterra. Why do I not have Torterra? Is Torterra really just not on my... we need to go up there so that way this can go down here. Do I not really have Torterra in my list of things? You're kidding me. All right, well, I know where Torterra is. So let's go... we're gonna go... you... do I need Stunky? I do need Stunky. So I think we go Sliggoo to Stunky, grab the Torterra, and then head to Rhyhorn. That's what I'm thinking. I don't need a shiny Sliggoo, but like we'll take one. That's an Alpha Budu. Hello, yes. I need you. I strangely enough do need you. I'm realizing that there is more We need to organize what Pokemon I have and then just go from there. Okay, are y'all right here? Yeah. There are some Goodras. There is an Alpha Goodra. There is also an Alpha Sliggoo. I don't need this. No, let's leave. I don't need them. Because there's an Alpha Sliggoo just over here. Why am I dumb? Because there's some of these that I do need from, like, these. I passed a Alpha Stunky the other day, didn't I? Didn't I tell myself that I didn't need it, and then I do? You could use Flamethrower. Stop. Listen, I should just catch the alphas as I saw them. That just seems like a better idea. This is the only time in, like, ages that I actually needed to catch things like this. Okay. Carnivine's good, but then we can go to Rhyhorn. And the thing with Rhyhorn is that when we go this way, this should cross with... Well, there's the Pachirisu for one, but there is the Torterra, which we can catch. Yeah, no, it shows no time. Okay. There is a Toxicroak. Do I need it? That one's always... consistent, so I don't think I need it right now. The Torterra should be right over here. In 3, 2, 1. Popping up. I'm scared of the lack of Torterra. You should be, like, right around here. There you are. Okay. Yep. Who made that? Oh. I was like, who made that noise? That's not correct. So this guy's the Alpha Sliggoo. I guess the other thing that I should be doing, this is just something that I'm, like, considering, right? Because post-game, you have everything that has a chance of being an alpha, right? You have, like, a whole bunch of other Pokemon that just can randomly decide that, hey, we're going to be an alpha Pokemon. I'm poisoned. That's so mean. Why would you do that? Come on. I don't want to be poisoned anymore. Hello. That's how you do that with style. That's how you do that with style. Just ignore. What else just happened there? There is a chance for these Stunkies to actually be... If I catch you... You have a potential of just giving me Black Hog, right? Probably do. I might just want to run around and try catching those too. Alright, we just want these to be Alpha Stunkies. Just need to catch one. Well, that's a Stunky. Let's get this down. Okay, so Sliggoo's been gotten. Torterra's been gotten. Stunky's been gotten. Ursaring and Ursaluna. Alright, Kit, you need to use your big brain here. First off, shaking trees. We do need Burmy and Wormadam. Personally, I would like to have every single one, but that's besides the point. Same with Unknown. Let's think this through. Are those Ursa Alpha Ursa Rings? My memory says yes, but my heart says no. So we're just gonna assume yes. So there's that. Stunkies. So over here should be Gravelers. We'll just catch quite a few of these. Specifically because we just want the Black Augerite. It's a 5% chance. So it doesn't need to be... Alright, cool, we got it. Well, we did it. Good job, chat. We got ourselves it's a Black Augerite. That's great. Also, I need to be doing... That's fine. Oh no, everything's breaking. That's crazy. That happened. Nope. Don't mind me, I'm just doing something real quick. I do this. And then I need to go here. It's gonna be like hidden within all this, isn't it? Why does this not look? Desktop audio default. No, put that back. Why is this being done? That should be work. I just don't remember how to get this to work. Do I have to reload the thing? I think I do. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I was just double checking some stuff. Also, we got the Black Augerite. That's great. Hello, I would like to see my Pokemon. Most notably, this random Scyther that I have that deserves to evolve. That's not a Scyther. It is permitted. We'll just do that. Black Augerite to our Alpha Scyther. Cleavor taken care of. I also need to put this in Pokedex order. So, where am I? That's whatever. All right, that's good. And then we do this, and then I don't need survey tips. I've kind of played this game quite a bit. Okay. Congratulations, Cleavor. You're part of the family. I never got an Alpha Paris. That's a shiny Paris. Why are you there? You go here, I guess. That's fine. Let's see. Anything of note? We already have Raichus. That's fair. Got a Sneasel. I need you to be friendly. So I'll worry about you later. You need to go over here. That makes sense. Sligoo. There's an Alpha Stunky in here. There it is. Part of me thinks that I should just go around looking for more of what we need. Here's a question. In that whole list, was there a Graveler? Is there a Graveler in this entire thing? The answer is no. But I have Golem listed on here, don't I? I do. Okay. And then Burmy and Wormadam, but I also need all the different ones, so... Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go on a lovely journey looking for alphas while we do crazy stuff. I don't know. So Pichu, when it comes to Alpha Pichu, that one's just going to suck. You all are unknowns, that's fine. Whenever we get star unknowns, like, we can start adding those to the list, too. Okay. I don't need you. Kinda there. Ingrowth is good. There's Cricketoons up top. I don't remember if there's Cricketots. I think there are. I think it's mostly Cricketoons, actually. Because we do need an Alpha Cricketot. Like, the quote-unquote baby Pokemon are going to be the ones that are... Like, there's actual baby Pokemon, right? But then there's, like, the quote-unquote baby Pokemon where they just kind of... They're on the same level as them, just not as adorable. Cricketoon, that's fine. Are you an Alpha? You don't exist. Okay. That's fair. Broke my legs, that's fine. I'm also noticing a very strong lack of shaking trees. Here's one. Oh, well, yeah. I guess you exist too, don't you? I need a shiny version of you. I just forget that these trees also count. Technically, well, no, I do need a shiny Cherubi and Cherum. Yeah, that's fine. Do I have Toxicoke? Toxicoke? But again, Toxicroak on our list here. Back here, Toxicroak. No. Tangrowth's on here. What? Tangrowth's on here. Why? Why is Tangrowth on here? I thought I got Tangrowth. Do I not understand how to play the video game? What did I get previously? I don't understand. Who are you? Are you Burmy? Yeah, you are, but you're not the one I need. Also, keep in mind, I still need the shiny versions of the other Burmies. And also, I just realized that this Ursaring is not going to exist because there were a bunch of Rhyhorn that were here earlier. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm catching up to speed here. Turtwig can possibly be over here. I'm not really expecting too much for that. Togepi can be in the whatever it's called. Togepi could be in the meadow. Once again, it's all just a matter of will they spawn or not. This is a Pachirisu. Do I know why I decided to go for the Pachirisu when I don't need it? Great question. Do I need Pachirisu? No, but I need Yanmega. What? Have I just never caught anything in the Crimson Mirelands? Also, she was there the entire time. Also, that's a Togetic. Okay, well, Yanmega's over here. Like, that's pretty... No, you're not, because it got overwritten. Okay. Hippopotas and Hippopowdon are also another ones. Well, we're going to be looping back, so we'll get the Tangrowth on our way back. Also, with Unknown, whatever we get double on, I think that should be Parasect. Pretty sure I already got Vespiquen. There's 2 more. Okay. Sure. No one saw that. There's 2 more Alpha Carnivines. Not exactly what we need. Oxycroak. Crobat. I do need Crobat. I do need Zubat. What's going to be the best... That is actually a legitimate question. What is going to be the best way to get Alpha Zubat? I mean, I would presume it's just going to be nighttime and Obsidian Fieldlands. Honestly, I kind of prefer... That's a 4th Alpha Carnivine. I just want everyone to know. That's actually okay. I'm going to be honest. I don't think I have you. Are you on my list? You are! Let's go! Kid sometimes knows what he's doing. I have reason to believe that it might be easier just to kind of run around. Well, actually, no, it is worthwhile to run around. Because if we run around, then we have a chance to get... Isn't Honchkrow over here? Yeah, you are. Cool. So here's the thing. What up, Cassie? How's it going? My idea, right, is when it comes to alphas, if we just run around, because that's going to give us the chance to do a space-time distortion wherever we go. And then we just have to wait, because it's going to just take us some time to run through the entirety of it. It says no. Listen, I'm following what the list says. Cassie, you're probably shocked to see my face. Oh, it's any... Is there an Alpha Ralts here? No. Nope, there's just a few over there. That's fair. Alpha Wishcash? I think it's just over here. What do you mean shocked? I'm pretty sure you thought I was going to be a cat for the rest of my days. 2. Cash taken care of. Well, these are all going to be wish caches, so. Flies again. Now you're on Twitch. Switching back and forth. Kid don't lie. Kid speaks the truth. I feel like I'm being sassed. YouTube has a small delay. Yeah, I can't exactly change that. Tangela. Want to. If I had a superpower, I would teleport into your. I would like, ooh baby, don't you dare! You're kind of a dick. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm trudging. Oh no, the hippos are after me. Why? Don't you dare! Don't you dare, you hippos. Yanma. Alright, well, dude, as a 5th Carnivine. Carnivine just all want to be as aggressive as possible. That's fine. Weren't you an accident? Such a predicament. The cosmos. Can you please stop glitching? Switch 2, ladies and gentlemen. Or that just might be a default glitch. I don't remember anymore. Aren't you an accident? Such a predicament. The cosmos crashing planet make the stars align. Oh, well, now I just have to wait. Because now we have to wait for the space-time distortion. We've already checked everything. Itinerary. A one-way trip to your heart. It's the international. This is not gonna be a fast method to get these space-time distortions, but it is a method, so. Just means we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ooh yeah, you're a neighbor so ethereal. Ooh yeah, you're universally divine. Ooh yeah, I don't wanna miss this fight if I can't take on 100 minutes. Could get a girl like ooh baby. Don't wanna waste my time. It's not just a different time zone. Yes, I could be an astronaut. Listen, Astronaut Airwaves, the banger of a song. Find me singing it a lot of the time. If I had a superpower, I would teleport into your hour. What other songs have I been listening to? This is when we pull up the Spotify and then we look through my song list again. This is what Kit listens to. Oh, the Maid Privity song though. I've got you on my mind. I wanna love with you on my life. Want those eyes to let out the lonely. Let's make this time go our lives. That's a good song. Apparently the so 3rd anniversary for Nikkei is going on right now, and according to my union in the game, they're all saying how like amazing the story is and like super good. I am behind on like main story stuff, but apparently like a lot of the characters that are being featured and everything are just immaculate, so I need to get through that kind of ASAP. Is what we're trying to do, or what I'm trying to do. But I am a bit behind, so that's why with today, with both uh, this and then the stream later, and then maybe a third stream, because I slept most of today, so I kind of just missed a lot. I'm going to be using the time to catch up. Come on, let's get on here. Shouldn't be anything like bothering us up here. Alright, so now we just have to wait for a space-time distortion to happen. So, let's pull up the phone. It is 6 o'clock. I hate the fact that it's 6 o'clock because it kind of just wasted most of the day, but... Oh. Down, 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 down. Alright, let me grab these. First up, my P5X dailies. I'm actually, while I'm not like significantly great with P5X, like my team's pretty decent, right? When it comes to P5X, I have a lot of people like built. I just don't have the I don't have the luck with the cards. Like, if anyone remembers when I played Genshin way back when, right? When I played Genshin, I also need, I'm going to keep checking. I know y'all will be just seeing, like, if a space-time distortion happens, because I'm, like, kind of sidetracked. I'm going to have to be looking back and forth. Sorry. So, when I played Genshin, like, whenever we try to get the relics for all of the characters, like, I just got the worst rolls imaginable. And I've had kind of a similar issue when it comes to Nikke. So Nikke, my pulls there are also just not the greatest. They're not the worst thing, but they're not like I could be getting better rolls, right? So no, don't you dare check because I'm not paying attention. Okay, now I can just kind of double pay attention here. Just doing a fight. So with this game, P5X, which I can't play on computer because like I think the PC version is just really, really glitchy. Otherwise I would like show it and have this in the corner. The revelation cards, I just don't have anything. Like it's bad. And I don't know why. Like I really tried to get like a whole bunch of like really good builds for my characters in this game because I'm not pay to play. I've been doing better with like paying for games and stuff. But like I feel like my characters are like decently built, and then I'm like, oh, you are top 70% of US. I'm like, what do you mean top 70% US? Like, or global, I guess is what it is. Like like my stats are like maxed on like most of my characters. I'm like a proper level. Like, what do you mean? And I think it's just a mix of like I don't have the I just don't have good like cards to like level it up. But as my Nikke union's finding out, I am just horrible. And I do mean horrible at oh, what is it called? I am actually horrible at coming up with team compositions. Because we had this conversation the other day where like everyone's just like comparing their teams and everything. And I think it was TDL who's in our union. They were like, you know, Kit, like you're pretty bad at team comps. Like you're higher level than most of us with better stats and just don't have the teams. Which is fair because like it's not that I get overwhelmed with like reading like what like who works with who. My whole gist is that like what I think would work doesn't, or like what I think work does for the first team, but then I need that character that I used on that first team, like one or two characters, to actually work better on a second team. So it's like, oh, well, shit. So what I'm thinking I want to do, just as like a like when it comes to Blue Archive, I'm so lost with teams. There's so many characters. There are some like meta characters, and then like I just don't understand why they're meta. Like the raid that's going on for Blue Archive requires, I think people were saying, requires all three idol students plus Satsuki, and I'm using all three idol students in Satsuki, and I could barely beat extreme mode. But then you have people using that in like one other team for lunatic mode, I think is like what the max mode is now. So I'm just like, how are y'all like doing this? Like that's insane. I do think though for Nikkei, like I could just like make like proper teams of like these people work well together, because it's not gonna matter like which boss you're up against, like it does in Blue Archive or Persona. It just matters like if the team works well together or not. So I might be able to just make a proper list there, because I've like my union's like holding me to a high standard. It's great. It's funny with like streaming where I hold myself to such a high standard, right? But in Nikkei, like my union's holding me to a higher standard, being like, "Yo, buddy, you need to like get this shit figured out, because we're all like top 1% of global server." I think Spring might be actually like in top. Spring might be like top 100 or something now, top 100 or 200. I don't remember. I just know that they're killing it when it comes to the raids. And they're like, you could barely like get top 10%. Like, what the hell are you doing, dude? I think the main thing is I'm not particularly bad at the game. I just making teams is my struggle. And if you watch me play like Genshin, that was an issue that we had, right? When I played Genshin, like I massively struggled when it came to actually like building the a proper team. So it's funny though with like Pokemon I actually don't seem to struggle with building a team. I'm like, these 6 Pokemon have different types. This should work great. I don't know. Right, that is done. Sorry, like I said, I'm doing multitasking to the highest degree. I forgot that the main character, like, also has a weapon that I've just never maxed out. Probably should have done that. I am broke as a joke now. Buddy, why? Also, there's still, like... I'm behind on some, like, the other post-game stuff, though, with this game, so I gotta... Well, I also need to do the Palace, which... I could do the Palace all in one fell swoop today. While we're waiting. Let's see. Am I checkmarked on that? Let's go! I know what I'm doing sometimes. Let's go hang out with people. Big rewards for Tomoko. I also have finally maxed one of my synergies in P5X. I maxed my synergy with yelling. So, and I literally, it's almost been like, I don't know how long since the game has been out. I've finally just realized that you can pick which like bonds you want to prioritize. I can't believe I was so behind. Like I did focus it. Like I kept getting yelling just luckily. So that worked out, but there's others I need to focus on now, so. Do I have synergy? Listen, I know a lot of y'all also might be like, Kit, why are you just standing around? Please keep in mind that I still have to wait for a space-time distortion. So if we're going to be chilling here, I might as well be playing another game too. Like this is the reality of what we're stuck in. When we come to a place, we need to wait and then hope for the best. And then if it doesn't matter, if it doesn't pan out, then you know what? Them's the ropes, I guess. I don't know why I just bought what I just bought in this game. I'm crazy. That's fine. Rope. Also, some people probably might consider me crazy for not maxing out Merope in P5X. And that's fair because I think Dominion's like the best, or like one of the best personas in the game, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, I'll get it eventually. I think she's like my second or third highest, so. But I needed to get either her or Yao Ling done because their presence like coincide a bunch together. I didn't want to like waste it. Do I have any? I do have sodas. Okay. Also, what's funny is I almost have all my stats maxed out in the game, like the social stats. Guts for some reason is my highest, which I was talking to Doge about the other day because we were talking about like the differences between P5X and P5R. And he was just like, "Oh, like courage was the hardest in P4, so it's like probably P5 it's going to be guts." And I was like, "Yeah, that and kindness." But no, in this game I'm like just suffering. Or like I have so much guts but I have nothing else. It's mostly cuz like the crepe shop keeps showing up, so. All right, what do we got here? Wait, are we seeing who I think we're seeing in this game? I need to hurry up through this game, so we'll see. Oh, it's this girl. She looks so cool. I just want her to be part of the team. It sucks because like I already know who the team is for P5X, like all the characters, but holy shit. Da, 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 da. This is gonna be a full 45-minute, isn't it? It's just gonna be sitting here waiting for the thing to show up for full 45 minutes. Come on. Aww. I wish I could show you all the story for P5X because I actually really like the story. Dang, that's a crazy. Sorry, I know y'all can't see it, but like when you read something that's just insane, like that's oh man, I love the story for P5X. Like I've been comparing it to P5R like quite a bit, and P5X is just so it feels so superior. It really, really does feel super superior. It's so strange that a mobile game that was only made for the Chinese market like is a way better game than the hit Persona game that like took off. Like that is the crazy thing, right? Like I was talking to Doge about it, and because I gotta like focus here for a little bit before I go back to the story. Um, Doge and I played Persona 4 Golden. And I played Persona 4 Golden as my first Persona game when I was younger. Excuse me. Excuse me again. And Persona 4 Golden was Doja's first one as well. And we loved the shit out of that game. Like, that game, positively amazing. Immaculate, fantastic game. And Doge even has stated as such. I think Doge has even gone on record saying that it's like one of his favorite games of all time. Like, of all time. Even though he's never played it himself, like, he's enjoyed the story, enjoyed the gameplay, enjoyed like all the stories regarding it. Then he plays Persona 5 Royal, which is a mix of vanilla and Royal new content, and he's pointed out so many times that he just feels let down because his hopes were really high, and as a result of his hopes being so high, they just get dashed because it's a less likable cast. There's no real like motivation for what y'all are doing. There's no real like villain to go after. That's not super apparent. If you play the game, you'll know who the villains are, right? But otherwise, it's not like super apparent. And there's like no real motivation for what they're doing. It's just it gives us something to do, which is very interesting to think about, right? And compared to P4G. And I can understand like why like Doja's not super in with like all the characters and stuff. Of course, like the future games I think make it better, but it sucks that the base game is like, I think we don't get to actually see how the characters are until all the Phantom Thieves show up, right? I think that's when it happens. So it's just insane in that aspect. That's like so far into the game, right? So far into the game. P5X, like, I don't think it's as good of a story as Persona 4 Golden, right? It's hard to reach that level. I think that the characters are way more interesting than P5R. I think the story, while people joke around about the first palace in P5X, I do think that both the first and second palaces, while they're a little like kind of hard, like story-wise, like they're a little meh, it's still weirdly enough better than P5R's like first two palaces, in my opinion. And then this third palace, like, it's throwing everything on its head. Like, I enjoy a story where it's like, I don't want to continue because it's already like, it's so good and asking so many questions that I don't want to feel like I'm being let down that it's not as good, right? It sounds weird to say, but like, I haven't been wanting to go through the palace because like, it sounds such a good note that I'm like, I don't want it, like, this worry that it's gonna like let me down. But like the cast, like just what I'm doing right now, like just on my phone for getting through the game, it's so good, like, and like the characters are just so much better because slight like character, like, we're gonna talk about some of the characters from P5X or their version of the Phantom Thieves. I'm just gonna use their code names, but like, if you know who they are, you know who they are. If you don't, you don't. So Wonder, who's the main character, I'm just gonna say that much. Joker is like, from P5R, is like cocky, you know, he knows what he's doing, and like is like the flashy leader. But then you have Wonder, who all he wants to do is just make people happy and like make them see the bright side of life, while Joker is just like, I'm gonna be as flashy as possible, be as badass as possible. And Wonder's just here like, no, I'll just go to point A to point B, I'll solve these puzzles and stuff, and like, I'll just, as long as they're happy at the end, that is fine by me. Which, like, I think there's like a tie between the two, if you want my honest take. Arai That's not her name. Closer. That is their name. Closer is similar to, I guess you would consider her close to a Panther from P5R. But Closer, like, I think Closer's story though is weaker than Panther's story. Like that's the only one I will say. Vice versa. I think Closer is a more interesting character and a more like a character that you can more so, I wouldn't say relate to, but you can at least like, seems more real than Panther. But then like Panther's story, like Panther's confidant story is just better in my opinion. Though I do like the directions that Closers took. So that's like the only other, like that's like the contrast I'll say. But then you have Soy, which you compare to Skull. And Soy is just better. I hate to say it, but Soy is just better than Skull. That might be a hot take for some people, but I do truthfully believe that Soy is, oh my god, that Soy is better than Skull. Soy is like still book smart dumb, but has so much more like, understands the social cues, understands why things are the way that they are. Sure, Soy's obsessed with cooking and everything, that's kind of his gist, but he's smart, he's knowledgeable. He might not be book smart, but like he's smart about like everything else and knows not to act brash, and like has just undying loyalty to the Phantom Thieves in the game. Like that is his gist. He's not making the brash reactions. He doesn't want to be popular or anything like that. Like he is just chill. Love it. Skull, fucking stupid like most of the time. Does some cool things sure later on, but like he's just dumb. Like most of the game he is just dumb. And then making brash decisions and then getting everyone in trouble. While like everyone else like in P5X is like tight-lipped. They don't want to talk about it if there's anybody even remotely close around. Like they're trying to be like smarter about it. Yeah. And then you have Wind compared to Queen. Like as far as Fox goes, there's not really a direct counterpart to Fox, I would say. But Wind compared to Queen. As much as I love Queen's character in P5R, I think Wind is just a better version of Queen. I think Queen's character gets just like a little bit like wrapped up in just how bad kind of some of the story beats in 5R go. And Wind just kind of takes it and is like, I understand what my position is here. I understand what I have to do. I understand what the end goal is. I am here to do a job, and I don't care if people judge me for it. I will actually do this full stop. And I love that. I actually do love that. The story beat that I just got to right now, absolutely amazing. Like, absolutely incredible. Straight up. But then you have, so then the other one is Cattle compared to Mona. And at the beginning, I said Cattle completely overshadows Mona because Mona's just an idiot, like just straight up complete idiot, like all the time, and just incredibly annoying. And Cattle like is a little weird, but like a lot more like level-headed and just makes more sense for everything. Now I'm a little bit on the side of like Cattle just has no, Cattle does not see the good in anybody. And it's just, it kind of makes it a drag to go through. Because you have this character who's just like every part of their character just feels, is like, no, they're bad. They have to be bad. And then you have the rest of Phantom Thieves being like, but No, like they're actually good. Like they're actually being good. Like we know they're being no. They have to be bad. 1000% have to be bad. No, cattle. Like listen. Don't. No discussion. Bad. And like the rest of the Phantom Thieves are like that. No, like that's not correct. You gotta think about it and stuff. And it's just so interesting to go through where like I'm losing my like faith that Kettle is like even remotely smart, because he like tries to act super smart and knowledgeable, and then it just turns to nah, just incredibly dumb. Just incredibly dumb, and just tries to act like he knows what's going on. And it kind of makes, like, that's the only downside for Palace 3 right now, is because everything he's saying is essentially just being, like, counteracted by the Phantom Thieves. Like, he's just like, nope, it has to be this way. And everyone else is like, that's not how it works. Like, dude, you gotta think about it. So... okay, let's put that over here. So, by the way, if you're wondering why we're here, it's because we're moving over the alphas. So I need to just fill this up. So we got our alphas here. I also need the actual Pokedex here. Know where to put them. I mean, obviously Cascoon goes there. Oop. So we did get Cascoon. And that they're in the Obsidian Fieldlands. Cool. We do have Espeon. I just never put Espeon on here, so like Espeon can go right there. So that's good. Leafeon, Glaceon. Glaceon can be, so Glaceon is Evolve Eevee. But really any other easy way to do that. We do need Sylveon. We do need Zubat. Crobat's another one. Drifloon. Kricketot. Weasel. Burmy. I'm gonna put Grass into both of them, so that way I know for the future. Graveler needs Golem. Stantler. Okay, Weirdeer. We do have Weirdeer. Weirdeer. I think it's probably just easier to evolve Stantler for Weirdeer. That just seems like the best one. Munchlax we don't have. Paris we don't have, surprisingly. After Parasect is Pichu, and then Pikachu. So we got Pikachu, Raichu. So Pikachu is probably just best to get in. I'm thinking Obsidian Fieldlands, right? That's my idea, is Obsidian Fieldlands, but I think there's a better place. And then just evolve Pikachu. We don't have Abra, but we do have Kadabra, so we can get Kadabra. That's also the Obsidian Fieldlands. Like, it's just way easier to do that. Alright, after that is I think it's Chimchar. Yeah, so then Monferno. Monferno, like, I would put, like, Evolve. But I think Obsidian Fieldlands is just, like, the best way. Just for that, too. Baneri we don't have. After Lopunny is Cherum and Cherubian Cherum. Combi. Okay, next is Cleavor. And Cleavor is just Evolve Cypher. Cleavor, Evolve Cypher. After Mr. Mime is Apom. That was gotten so long in the past. So Apom. That's going to be Cobalt Coastlands for Apom. Apom, not Apon. Excuse me. Alright, Gyarados. And then this is going to be Pink Shellos is what we're doing. So this is Shellos. And that's Obsidian Fieldlands. I know I need blue too, so Quillfish, Overquill, we don't have Happiny. Badoo needs to evolve Carnivine, so after Carnivine is Petalil, Lilligant, Tangrowth. So after Carnivine, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one right corner. Tangrowth. And that is going to be the Crimson Mirelands. Then Barbochan Wishcash. That sucks. No, you need to... Why? What are you holding? Oh, no, it's because you have a move. You must have a move that doesn't work. Wishcash, and that's going to be Crimson Mirelands. Yeah, these are slowly getting filled up, so... Croagunk and Toxicroak I don't have. That's hilarious. So then it goes Croagunk, Toxicroak, Ralts, Kirlia. Gardevoir is the first one of the third line. Let's get Gardevoir. Gardevoir is in Ralts, Kirlia, Gardevoir, and that is going to be the Alabaster Icelands because she's just already there. Gallade is after that. Then we got Yanma and Yanmega. Which I didn't catch Yanmega. That's fair. That's right. Forgot about that. Then Hippopotas and then Hippopodon. So that is what? One Gallade, Yanma, Yanmega, Hippopotas, Hippopodon. That is Crimson Mirelands. I have not caught the Pachirisu, strangely enough. Probably something I should do. Okay. Stunky would be Crimson Mirelands. I think that's just the best place to get them. Teddiursa, Ursaring, Ursaluna, Gumi, Sliggoo. So Sliggoo, so what was that? Skuntank, 3, Gumi, Sliggoo. It's gonna be the Crimson Mirelands for that one. Okay, Gudra, Onyx, Steelix, Rhyhorn. So Gudra, Onyx, Steelix, Rhyhorn. I think Crimson Mirelands, yeah, because there's just the one that's there. Rhydon, Rhyperior, Bonsly, Sudowoodo, Lickitung, Licky, which is 3 before Togekiss. So it should go right there. Licky, and that's Crimson Mirelands. Turtwig. Okay, Turtwig, Grotle, and Torterra. Torterra's gonna be right there. So Torterra, which is Crimson Mirelands. Well, the Porygon's gonna suck, but that's fine. Ghastly, we haven't gotten Haunter or Gengar. We haven't gotten Spiritomb, strangely enough. Weird. Okay. And then Murkrow and Honchkrow. Actually right before Unknown. So Murkrow. Honchkrow. Murkrow. I think Crimson Mirelands is probably good for both of them. Honchkrow, I know you could guarantee get there. The other one's not so much. Okay, unknown. I'm going to put this as unknown. I need rest of unknown. Seal, Celio, Brawl Rain, Son of Remoraid, we don't have Scorpy. You have a Woof Woof. Arcanine, got Glamian that. We don't have a Chop. We don't have a Champ. Cat Tot, you know, I should have gotten, but that's besides the point. Duskull here. Duskull is probably Cobalt Coastlands. I think that's probably the best way to get Duskull. That's just my guess. For now. Pips, nope, Mantike. Okay, so now I just gotta look for... So after Mantine is Basculin. Yeah, because Basculin is the same. Oh, but there's different color. Oh. Basculin can evolve into different colors. I just need different alpha Basculins. So that's still going to be Cobalt Coastlands. But now I just need a male and a female... Male, female. Vulpix, Tentacool. Might Bronzor. Bronzong is the first one on the next page. Yep. Luminion is so +1. So this is Bronzong. Which that is in the... What's the fourth area called that I can't think of? Alabaster Icelands, Crimson Mirelands, Cobalt Coast. City Fieldlands. Why can I not think of what it's called? Why? Coronat Highlands. Oh my gosh. Coronat Highlands. It took way too long for me to remember. Okay, so now we're just getting to the ones that are just like not here. Tingling, Mischievous, Cleffa. I have Glalie, not Snowrunt. So what? This is 210, 29876. I think Glalie goes right 109,876. And then if I do this, it's going to be... Oh, nope. Okay. Whoa. Okay, sweet. So then 1112 Piloswine is going to be this one right here. Wait, no. 11, 12, 13. Yeah. Never mind. We're good. Piloswine. Which that's the Alabaster Icelands too. Bergmite is actually close right after. It's right there. So this is Bergmite, Alabaster Icelands. Snover, or no, that's the evolved form, whatever it's called. Snover, Abomasnow, Zorua, and Zoroark are right below them. Bergmite, whatever its evolved form is. I can't remember. Cragmite. Zorua. Zoroark. I'm gonna say Obsidian Fieldlands. Massive Mass Outbreaks are probably the easiest way to get those. Oh, and then Rufflets right after. Let's go! Rufflet, which is Alabaster Icelands. Bada bing, bada boom. Got it. Then Gastrodon blue. Delos blue. Cool. Alright, we got it. We did it. We did the thing. Now I gotta go down here and then... Okay. Alright. Well, that is all of that. Nope, nope. Okay, now we can save and quit. And now we could go search. Hooray, it's saved! Now we can go back to Arceus and do what we've been doing. Let's head on over. It's funny just seeing Basculin and you're like, Okay. Now it's time to just run in circles for a fair bit. Like, we could, once again, do... The only reason we're going to be doing the space-time distortions is if there's, like, just downtime in between stuff. We still need a few shiny EVs. So I do want that to be my, also, like, my prime focus. Here we go. Goomies everywhere. I like how I just said what I said earlier about P5X and then... Well, in this case, I guess somebody's trailing them, so... But now it's just time to run in circles until we find what we're looking for. There's still Cyndaquils that we do need. Something else to consider. A bunch of Cricketots. I guess mass outbreaks could have... Yeah, you know what? We should actually investigate this one. Because there could be an alpha Cricketot. Where is it? Just on the other side. Okay. I like how we're more so looking for alphas than we are shinies. But that's okay. Because I don't entirely care too much. This is also just being used to pass the time anyway, so... Could be like somewhere around here. Right here. Alright, flee, you fucks. Flee like your life depends on it, because I'm going to scare the badonkus out of you. The badonkus is being scared out of you. They're all running away. They're terrified. Flee. One of you's got to be big. One of you's got to grow up. Maybe. Grow up. Grow up, I believe. You okay? You gonna flee? Both have no idea where to go. You're gone. You gone? You're in. Okay. Massive breaks. What do I still need? Go, Munchlax! Abra and Pichu. Congratulations. And then we're going to catch a bunch of Staravias as well. There's a bunch of Cascade. Bidoof. Well, we can go catch the Staravias. That'll give us some more berries. I'm also just trying to think of... It might be more worth it to just really, like, focus just on the Obsidian Fieldlands. What I mean by that is, like... Well, we're just gonna... These out of the way. I think, like, I really should be focusing... You're gonna take 2 hits? Is that really just gonna be what's gonna happen? Here's my idea. Okay. Eevee still needs to be, like, the prime focus, while we also still have, like, alphas to get. I think we only focus on Obsidian Fieldlands for now. And the reason I say that is purely to, like, get this entire area done so we never really have to come back here. So just get everything that needs to be here, move on. That means that we really should just be kind of like... In theory, we should be waiting to finish, like, all of the, space-time distortion stuff. Crazy. Are any of you Abras gonna be really upset? You're a Kadabra. You know, I mean... It's possible that the next step could be Alpha Abras. Nope. Because, yeah, keep in mind, I do also need to get, like, the Sneasels and stuff, too. Are y'all gonna run away? No. Okay. Had a feeling. No. Yes? Hello? I need you. You're important to my cause. Hello, Pichu. Thanks for joining. Okay, well, now that there's, like, nothing else, like, I think we just run around and just see what other... Like, okay, Buizel's, that's another one that we need. We need to catch a Graveler so that way we can turn it into a Golem. Burmy and Wormadam, that's another one. So it's really just like exploring around, just trying to find the alphas that we need. And then we just have to hope for space-time distortions. I still am like very, it's my Viva, I'm going to call it my Viva Pinata logical fallacy, where I very strongly believe that there is a way to do something. Like, the reason we call it the Viva Pinata logical fallacy, for those who don't know, is when we played Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise, the only achievement that I'm not able to get is to get a famous pinata. And I am very, very adamant that there is a full-blown way to cheese getting a famous pinata in the game, because the only way you're supposed to get it is you're supposed to get it from a developer after you like beat the game. But since they don't give those out anymore, like there's not much you can do. So my hypothesis was that somewhere in the code you could, in theory, just figure out how to like make your own famous pinata, not by really like messing with the code, but you should be able to get it like in the game if you do like very specific things. The reason why it's a logical fallacy is because nothing really proves it, right? I don't have any proof that like there is a way to make that happen. But my thought process is, if that somebody's able to go into the code and like take a look at it. What up, War? Morning. If somebody were to go into code and like take a look at the code of Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise, there should be a way to trigger a flag for that famous pinata. But because it's an Xbox 360 game and no one really cares, we're probably not going to know unless I were to figure it out myself, which I'm too illiterate in that. So that's what the logical fallacy is. Now, how does that relate to this game? I firmly believe that there is a way to deal with the random number generator in this game to consistently get space-time distortions at 5 minutes. Because knowing what very little I know about computers and stuff, random number generators are not truly random. Like, there usually is like a pattern to it, because you can't get like a pure like infinity sort of number. Like, there is usually like some code that like makes it seemingly as random as possible without actually being random. That's the key. So with that being said, there should be, in theory, a way to go through, do something in Arceus to, like, if you have a 5 minute what is it called? If you have a 5 minute wait for a space-time distortion, you should be able to consistently do that by doing a certain step or a few steps. The thing is, no one knows. There's some people who thought that they knew, where they're like, oh yeah, if you go to Jubilife and save there and then go to a space-time distortion, like, that will work. But the thing is, I don't believe the space-time distortions start actually counting down until you're actually, like, here. So, like, right now, it just started. It's not gonna, like, link to it and say, hey, this is, like, not, like, this entire time we're gonna get a 5 minute one. I think, like, just then, when the rain stopped, is what determines if it's 5, 10, or anything. But because people don't really check the code or anything, I don't think they do. I'm up, although more accurately, not going to bed yet. Insomnia for some strange reason. Nice. Well, according to, I think Spring is going to be finishing the thumbnail here in on Wednesday. So I think on Wednesday or Thursday we should be streaming the ZA. off my list. Interesting random. Sorry, like a random thing. So I'm going to go back to Hades 2 soon and reset some of my progress because I've redone the ending to make it more sense. I guess it's good I didn't play it immediately then. I was going to mention as well. So obviously I do talk about like job stuff every now and again. So as you all know, I'm like working on trying to get like video stuff out and everything, and the stress of my current job was like very much the forefront of my mind, and then stress of some other things, and then it got better and like things are seeming on the up and up. There is a very real likelihood that my job could come like before it was like, oh, like I might just end up leaving and just find something else. Now it's more like everything could come crashing down without like anyone's real say in it, just because of like very, very poor decisions. And this isn't even like, oh, you know, there's some decisions that like they're, you know, some people could have been smarter about things. No, it's very poor decisions that are directly affecting like quite a few of us that work at the office. And as a result of those direct decisions, like we could just be like let go. It's not like an AI sort of thing. It's more like to not try to be like as vague as possible. Like I'm gonna be vague, but not like supremely vague. The person who seemingly wants us to fail is ultimately winning their want to have us fail. And while we've been trying to do everything we can to like prevent that, I believe we have lost in that aspect. If I think it's 2 weeks from now, a week or two from now, we will fully know the extent of. No, actually, no, you're more so right. No, that's actually more right than I would think. It's decisions that they were like, it's gonna like work out well in the long run, but the actual like cost of everything, and if you break down the, seriously, there's another Alpha Pichu right there. That's hilarious. If you actually break down like the money aspect of what they tried doing just to keep like business going, we actually ended up losing more money than just being zeroed out. And consistent choices that are doing that are causing somebody to lose a lot more money than I think the company wants to fully admit to. And well, I can't like openly tell the person that they're really going to be losing a bunch of money if it keeps going on, because it's unfortunately not my place and I'm not technically supposed to know, and I would get legal stuff like that once they realize it, which is probably going to take, like I said, another week or two. They're probably just going to walk out. Like that's really the extent of what I can say. It's just poor choices. Apparently, so I had Wednesday off this past week because I was sick, and apparently me being not at work on Wednesday fucked up so much. And like I didn't realize the extent of it by like Thursday when I did stream afterwards. Or I didn't stream on Thursday, it would be Friday. But Friday afternoon, um I was informed of what the full extent of how bad it was. Oh my gosh, if I was there, I could have saved us so much money, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. So measles. We were hoping for not that. Not that. More. So, War, what did you just say? Dang. Nada. This is why I'm like thinking there's got to be like a consistent way. You might call it copium, but I do think that there's something that would consistently do it. And part of me is like, I should wait for people who are smarter than me to like figure it out. But maybe I can be the one to figure it out this time. I don't know. I usually am just better at breaking games or coming up with strategies. I'm not really good when it comes to like the actual like, here's the core mechanic of what you're doing. Oh. Let's see if I can go right here. Like I just ran away and then is gonna be confused. I know it was Pokemon Go today. Just grabbing alpha Pokemon and still trying to get some more shiny EVs because I need to essentially get ones that were not traded. Specifically because I think most of the ones I did get traded are hacked. So. Oh, hi. Let's rock smash you. Well, that sucks, now don't it? Active shiny. I had that issue a lot on Spotify. I delete so many random grades. Yeah, I was pretty sure, and after some like more digging, like I think I was just like wanting to get everything done. So we're just going back to grab at least the ones that I need. I'm starting to get a headache. Oh. Now we head back. The distortion faded. Also, we did catch an Ursa rings. Let's mark that off the list. You know, we could have gotten a better one, but that's fine. Been up for a bit, given it's 2:50 in the morning. Thanks, War. Have a good night. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Oh, no way, I'm yawning. Holy bolus. Okay, hold on. We got some actual good choices here. No rest. Switch. Let's move the alphas that I still need. Those are good. So Gastrodon. Pichu. Did I mark off Pichu? I did. Okay, cool. Pichu's marked off. Weasel. Also, I think I already had a Alpha Graveler, and I just caught another one for the hell of it. Sure did. Alright. Nope, I still need to put my Krogunk away. Level 80. I don't need it anymore. Krogunk. Means, where's Gallade? Gallade, you are here. Oh. Alright. Back to here we go. Boys. Bonitas. Alright. So first we're going to go to the Cricketots. Mostly because... Here's the crazy thing. Gotta go Munchlax. Like, these four are the best ones. Because we need an Alpha Munchlax. And then Chimchar, we actually need a shiny Chimchar. So, like, here's hoping. Here's hoping that shiny Chimchar. Okay, so two of you, you're big. What's up, big guy? Big cojones over here. We can grab those. All right, so we hope that one of you eventually will be Red Eyes. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Well, none of you will be a Blue Eyes White Dragon, but like one can hope, you know. Okay, we go to Abra. And then as the resident Zorua lover, like that's just a Crobat. That was indeed just a Crobat, just chilling. That Crobat did exist. It's just right there. Hello! Do any of you want to have red eyes? Do any of you want to have red eyes, please? Does anyone of you want to attack me with the psychic power of 1,000 dingbats? No? Crazy. Not you either. Okay. I mean, listen, we gotta go check the Zoruas. Like, my biases are strong. I cannot believe that just happened. That's sick. Listen, we see a Zorua, we get a Zorua. The more purple Zoruas we get, the better. And that is just because of Kit being Kit. Yeah. Next, Chimchar. There is a Zubat. I just saw the Zubats are over there. Like, that is an option. Alright, Chimchar. Alpha Chimchar has been seen. Alpha Chimchar has been gotten. Let's go. Get you out of the way. You are Fast Monkey. Now I just need a slightly different color Chimchar. Are any of you going to be slightly darker color? Did that one escape? It did. But how? No, you ran away! That's fine. Okay. Munchlax is next. Oh, we need to mark off Chimchar in the list. Hold on. Chimchar is somewhere on here. You on the first page? You were on the first page. Chimchar has been gotten. All right. One of you needs to have red eyes. That's not Snorlax. I said that's not Snorlax. Preferably, I need one to yell at me very, very loudly and call me bitch. That's what we hope for. I know that the rainstorm will go on a bit longer, but I need you to, like, wait just a second. Please. Please. We're not getting weasels, but we can get the fucking bats. Because one of these bats might not have... Well, they don't have eyes. They might have... Well, they have, like, red nubs. I think. This is crazy that we're actually trying to get Zubat. No! Please, I need one of you to... No! Bad. Still bad. Do I think I have enough time to go get the breezes? Potential. That's the world's biggest weasel if I've ever seen one, and that's still not going to do that quest. This one's about to clear up. Let's go! We did it! Alright, cool. Now we just run around. I mean, there are the cricket tots over here. Is that tree shaking? Alright, cricket tots. I found the Pokemon that was reported. Except that all of them are... able to run away. You should run away. Run away. Run. One of you has to be giant. Preferably. You would think so. Arceus! Okay, well, it seemed to have ended. It's fine. Hi. Number 30. We love number 30. I gotta make sure that next time when we do with ZA, when I'm like getting the footage for it, because once again, hindsight's 20/20. I gotta make sure that I have like the replay buffer like all set to go, so that way like I could actually show us catching all the different like stuff. What am I trying to find right now? Abras, Wormadams, Burmese, Cricketots, Quillfish. Quillfish is another one, that's fair. Let's see. Out on this ocean, there should be some Quillfish. Somewhere over here. Somewhere up here. There you are. I think there's an alpha Quillfish somewhere? Can I think? Where would an alpha Quillfish actually be? Cobalt Coastlands? I mean, still, we could just kind of roam around here because we still need to find the space-time distortions just in case for Sneasels. Oh, that's fine. Honestly, we've, like, as much as it seems like we're not making any progress in the shiny hunt stuff, because we're just getting stuff we already have, we are making a lot of progress when it comes to the Alpha Dex, so I'm perfectly fine with this. Now, yes, I do need to find, you know, cherries and EVs, but, like, we got it. We can take our time with it. You got alphas to find. Arises. Something like it feels like Alpha Combi might be a little bit hard to find too. Alpha Zubat definitely feels like it's going to be difficult, just finding one that's deciding to be alpha. Machoke is up top. I don't really need to worry about Machoke. We do need Machamp, but I think just finding what we need to find here seems better. I guess actually we could just head back up top. Because there is the Blissey. Because keep in mind, I also need to find an alpha happening. Which that's going to be... That's going to be interesting, to say the very least. Nothing of note up here. That's fine. Do I need Magikarp? Something just dawned on me. Do I actually need Magikarp? No. Okay. It just like that dawned on me while I was like I've been just running around. Like, do I need the Magikarp? Some weasels. Making my way downtown. Fast because I'm homebound. One of these days that Heracross is going to be pink and somebody will be very happy. Probably not me, but at least somebody will be happy. Making my way downtown, walking fast, fast. Da 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 da. I remember there's sometimes I still get that song confused with Jar of Hearts for some reason. I never understand why. Who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts, tearing love apart. Gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Running round leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. Don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. Who do you think you are? Anyway, there's your Jar of Hearts rendition for the. I feel like I used to sing Jar of Hearts like quite a lot. Also, let's mark off Paris off the list. Paris! Paris! Alright, now it's raining, which apparently can just mess with things. We can now just wait after we find some Zubats. Actually, we also have to find some Drifloons too, so... We'll find an Alpha Drifloon eventually. So what, Zubats are going to be in the middle area. Drifloon's going to be around here. So Alpha Drifloon, always potential. Zubat will just kind of have to go a little bit out of the way. Drifloon. There's no way that I was about to say you're supposed to overtake the Starlies. One of you is going to be giant. It's going to be giant and angry. You're going to go, rawr, I'm giant and angry. And then we just don't worry about you. Alright. Zubat. Ooh. It is thunderstorming, which that actually stops space-time distortions. Let's think this through, shall we? Because it's storming, do we want to carry on? Because if a space-time distortion happens, Storm would just cancel it. I don't want to fight you. You are weird. I'm going to say... Well, okay, it is storming. I'm gonna just do my once around to see... You're a Psyduck. Zubats should be, like, kind of somewhat around here. There's gonna be a few. The question is, do I want to wait through this and risk this taking double the time? I think the answer is no. I think the answer truly is no. You caught 52 Pokemon. You're amazing. Thank you. Very, very happy that I'm amazing. It's not like I've done this before. I gotta go do this. Give me a second. There. Look at it's Wishcash. Wishcash is so happy. Since we're almost at 2.5 hours, I think we're just gonna focus, like hardcore focus, one of the shinies. Like today, we mostly have gotten all the alphas that we need. We're like still adding on to them. If we can just get one shiny Eevee, I think I'll be happy and we can call it that today was super successful. We have 2 days of no like progressive shinies. It has just been whatever, so now it's just a lot of circles. That being said, I should probably shut off my phone so that way it doesn't die or anything. Especially because we're not going to be waiting for space-time distortions right now. Stay safe. At a time. Bum bottom bum bum bottom bottom ba da 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 da. Gunshot, don't know the evil light of time. Justice. Oh, there was a song, Nikkei song from the Absolute event that's super good. God, what is it called? Hold on. Pull up the list. I Remain. Such a good song. Like, I can't play it right now because it's just gonna, like, I need to listen for the shiny noise. But it is such a good song. Amazing. Also, no more massive mess outbreaks. We're just gonna kind of just keep running around until we find what we need. You are actually something that I need. We found out that I don't have an alpha Chatot, so I would like to formally cast my hand into finding an alpha Chatot, please. Justice. You know, I Remain, really good song. And then there's the new one that they just had. Oh my gosh, it is Alpha Chatot time! Thank you! Praise the heavens! We will catch 3 of you, just for safety's sake. Alright, we caught 1. Perfect. I can get Chatot off the list. Problem is, I don't even think Chatot was even on the list. Chatot, were you even on the list? Nope. Cool. Well, you're on the list now. Congratulations. I do actually need a different colored monkey. Bye. Okay, listen. This wasn't supposed to happen. This kind of did. Where are the other monkeys? You just chilling over here, buddy? Okay. Well, that was amusing. So, alright, cool. Well, that was fun. No, there's the Yes Commander song, which is Rappy's, like, pajama theme song. It's so good. It's so good. Yes, 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 Commander. Do I know anything else? But no, she just... Yes, 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 Commander. Do it, yeah. Rappy did good. Rappy got the female version of Blue Ball, though, during her event, sadly. Also, sorry, Nikke stuff, because I will always sing my praises about Nikke. Well, I do need to, like, watch the story and, like, get through it. I know I'm super far behind. Like, stories and games are really, really good, and I've been slacking on it. Red Hood's costume gacha skin. First off, got it in as quick as you can, which is unheard of. Like, I actually, like, popped off to that, because that was just incredible. But also, amazing skin. Like, actually a really, really cool skin. And I, like, with everything that happens to Red Hood, and all of the stuff that she goes through, I just want to, like, hug her, and, like, that kind of country girl. Listen, I will happily fork over the money to stop being allergic to nature. Like, that is incredible. Also, side note. I don't have a side note. It's just great. It's a great outfit and great character and amazing. And then I think the day after that costume went live, somebody finally finished a Red Hood skin for Stellar Blade. Like, I've been asking for like more like Nikke skins for Stellar Blade. Like, I just want to have all of them. Currently there's Swimsuit Eleg, there's the DLC ones, like the obvious DLC ones. So it's Rappy, Anise, Dorothy, Modernia, and Alice. Somebody made Swimsuit Eleg, which I can't show on stream because they decided to do it the lewd way. There's Neon, but I don't care for Neon as a character that much, but I heard in the campaign she's gotten better in the most recent chapters, so that would be cool. But it's like, okay, I think it was like just those two. And then they've incorporated Sora's theme song, but didn't actually put Sora in the game for, which is Astronaut Airlines, for those who are curious, the song I keep muttering to myself. But as of like a day after the Red Hood outfit dropped, somebody made Red Hood, like, base form Red Hood in the game. So I think we're going to be seeing maybe like a bigger push for Nikke characters to be in Stellar Blade, because that would be fun. I have to play the game 3 times anyway, so like I'm all for it. It's why I've been like pushing it off for quite some time, because like I do want to play through it again, because it was my game of 2024. It was like your game of the year 2024, and it's a fantastic game. But I'm like, well, I'm fine with all of Eve's outfits, don't get me wrong. I did want to like also play as the Nikke characters in that, because that's gonna be for now the closest we get to actually no, because they talked about, this is another thing, because the Nikke devs have been saying that this the mobile game is actually a prologue to what they want to do with the game, with the series. There's like some interviews about it and such, and I'm like hearing that news, oh, it got me so hype. Like, I don't know if they're going to do it all, like, just keep doing, like, all the mobile game stuff and just keep adding on to it just for, like, more different types of, like, gameplay and stuff. I hope that's not the case. Um, like I do hope that's not the case, because I would put money down for like other games of that series. Like if it's a fighting game, like a JRPG, just a straight up RPG. Heck, I think Spring and I were talking about like the making like a Warriors game, like a Dynasty Warriors version of the game. I like, and I know that there's like a lot of characters in the game, and if they just want to keep like constantly updating it, it's like I want them. So this might be a topical thing, but this is something that like I truly have hope for amidst like the bad of the topic, right? So it's the AI conversation essentially. We've talked about AI before, right? There's, you know, um there there are people who, absolutely hate AI. There's people who absolutely love AI. I just don't want it to take over like all the jobs and everything like that, so on and so forth. But something that I would be like kind of excited for would be, because so I'm going to use Grand Blue Fantasy Relink as a example, because Grand Blue Fantasy has a ridiculous amount of characters, right? Absolute ridiculous amount of characters. You go to their TV tropes page, they are filled to the absolute brim with characters. There are so many characters. It is ridiculous, right? Absolutely ridiculous. I think there's over like 200 characters or something in the game. Like it's crazy, and that's not even including alternate outfits or anything. So Relink comes out, and they put in like a few popular characters, a few like meh characters, I guess, some surprises, but like people, had a whole bunch of their favorites that they wanted to also show up. And then even in the fighting game, like cool, they're showing up. We like Meg just dropped like I think a few weeks ago, and that's just hilarious. Just Meg being in the game in general. If you know her story from base Grand Blue, like it's just great. But there are just so many other good characters that you could have in the game, right? And they don't have the funds or like the manpower to really make all of those characters, right? That's the big thing, is they don't have like the money or the manpower to do that. And that's, it sucks, but like it's completely understandable. But I hope we get to a point where you have people, yes, making the framework and the baseline and doing everything they can to like actually make the game their own. But they have, and maybe this is like AI based, but like AI is so like finicky right now in the gaming space when it comes to like making a game from the ground up. What I'm saying is like, rather than people spending the next like 10 years putting every single character in the Grand Blue game, why not have like an AI just like, this is what the character is, or moves, and then it creates it and then like adds it to the game in like 2-3 days time, like actually like codes it to work well. And then like every like 2 or 3 days they get through every single character that they put in the base game, but now it's in like their side game with like fully fleshed out moves, and then they add like specific weapons that they can only use that drop. Like it's gonna like make the game like bigger, much larger, and probably like a bigger to download, but then maybe they figure out how to like compress it or something. I don't know. Like I'm not a game developer, so maybe this just sounds like super far-fetched. But the reason I'm bringing it up is I'm thinking of like, once again, Nikke, right? So many characters in Nikke. So many. And if they make another game and they want to put like every single character in the game, they can't do that even with like the squad that they have, right? Because if they do that, then they're spending like time away from just Nikke the bubble game. The game, sure, is gonna be super fleshed out, but then you have people who are like, but what about this character? What about that character? And they're probably not gonna be putting all the pilgrims in. They'll just put like maybe 3 or 4. They'll probably put Scarlet, Snow White, Rapunzel, and Dorothy, and then like probably not even Red Hood or something. Like they'll only put like a few of them in the game. So what if they did have, like, in the future, an AI that actually, like, okay, this is who the character is, this is their weapon, this is like how their like personality is, come up with like how they fight, their animations and everything, just to get them like into the game moving forward. And then all of a sudden you got all the Nikkei characters in like a Dynasty Warriors game, like every single one, including alternate costumes. Like that would be crazy. Like I would be super hyped for that. Doesn't sound unrealistic? Absolutely. Right now it does, if it's just like an actual, like, only a person team. Like, once again, there's pros and cons to everything. But like that's the only way I can see like an actual, like, some people's games like being truly realized is by doing that. There's some games that, you know, they just only need a team and they can make it. They don't need that many characters, and the characters that they do have absolutely make it. But then, like, for, like, say, Genshin or anything, the Honkai universe, I think WoWa's kind of getting up there, too. Archive has a bunch of characters. Like, for all, like, the multitude of characters that some people, like, really love in the game series. The thing is, it has to already be, like, pre-established characters, because you can't do something like, the counterpoint would be, like, let's say you do, like, Mortal Kombat. Already has a bunch of characters to begin with, but let's say, actually that's a pretty bad idea. Let's think of one that just doesn't have that many characters that you could think of. Let's just say, King of Fighters is also not really a good one, I think, because they have like a bunch of stuff. Skullgirls. Let's say Skullgirls, right? Let's say Skullgirls, they wanted to like add on like a ridiculous amount of characters to that game, and they do what I just said. That's not going to work because you don't have anything to build upon, and you're just like having a machine just feeding it like a bunch of random bits of information, and it's just churning up slop because there's like no like actual, like, people don't already like the characters, they don't already know who they are. It's just churning out slop in the hopes that it's going to work out, right? And like that's not what you want. It's got to be something like, hey, we've made these characters over the past 3 or 4 years on our own. We slowly added them into this game. Now that we're branching out into bigger games, if we're going to do that, we have to have the AI do it. They're like perfect. But it's like, hey, this is our first game. We got 6 characters, but we're gonna have an AI just start making up to 300. Then no, like, because then the AI just like doesn't know what to build off of. He doesn't know like what the big goal is. That's a Starly again. Hi. Nice to see ya. Get over here. I already knew it was you. It escaped the Pokeball. It probably was about to run away too. Let's head back. Let's head back. Where are you? Still here? Did you fly away? Nope, you flew away. Cool. I don't really care. Like, I got like 20 of them. What do you mean? Okay, whole bunch of EVs now. Interesting. But yeah, that's just like my take on it is, I think it definitely can happen. I'd be super excited if it does. We just have to like kind of wait and see, right? But I do like, I hope we get to a point where that does become reality. Even modders, like for Relink, they're like, hey, Relink's getting reborn. Relink reborn. And here's like a ridiculous amount of like, here's like all the characters in the game that we did with, if it's just, if a team puts all of them in there, good for them. I don't think they will, but like, that's fine. Is that really all of them? No. What to say? There could be more. Checks out Razzmatazberry. Hey, did you know you just caught a bunch of EV? Crazy! I'm trying to think of like other games that could really benefit from that. You know, suffice it to say, but this would like kill the hype for it. So like I think this is like another way that it could be used poorly, because seriously, another Starly, you came back? You came back? Why did you come back? I said no, and you decided, no, I just want to see you again. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Why? Also, that wasn't even an Eevee. No, I pressed one. Okay. So here's so think about it, right? Smash Bros. If they did the AI thing I was just talking about for Smash Bros, that kills all the hype for the game. Like, absolutely kills it. And the reason for that is because over time, you know, you want to see the announcement, you want to get hyped for it. They're building the anticipation, and then like a new character drops, and everyone loses their shit, right? Like, that's the big thing. But you know, Nintendo and like other companies who all want to be part of this big game series, you know, they all want to get them in, and they have a team that's just like working endlessly. Well, let's say there's like you know, there's a whole list of like 200 Pokemon that want to be, or Pokemon, 200 fighters that want to be added to Smash Bros. And then they do the whole AI thing. Like, that's not people being excited. It's like, here's the next drop. Hooray! Here's the next drop. Hooray! It's like, no, because now there's no anticipation. There's no hype for it. You're just throwing them in with the rest. And the reason that wouldn't work for excuse me, the reason that would not work for Smash Bros, but like say would work for say like Nikkei or something, or like Grand Blue. Let's use Grand Blue as like the main example. With Smash Bros, you know, they already have the established precedent of building hype, making a trailer, going all out to like show this, and then making sure everything's fine-tuned by a team of actual like people to make said game. You put it into AI stuff, now there's no hype for it, and characters being built like every like few seconds. People are just like, oh, yep, we now know what to expect for the next one, and now we know what to expect for the next one. And it kills any of the hype that people have had when it came to like the Smash Bros trailers, right? But then Grand Blue, you already know who's going to be part of it. You already know who is like in the game. It's just who's next. You don't need a trailer for that. It's, hey, this next Eternal's in, or like this next person. But say like maybe released a character like every week or so, or every like 3-4 days. But it's like 6-month anniversary of us doing this. Big reveal! Here's Seox into the game for Grand Blue. And you're like, oh my god, it's Seox! And it's like 1 year, Mugen's in the... I don't know if Mugen's actually popular, but he's the only one that's coming to my mind right now. So it's like, Mugen's in the game! So, you know, there's... there do be a lot to it, that's for sure. Goodbye. I don't know. There's that hope in my head that like that might happen. It sounds ridiculous and sounds like far-fetched, but I really do think that that would be like an enjoyable or an interesting time, say. So. No, there's times where I consider if I want to get back into Grand Blue, I would not. Here's the thing with how like games and everything are like going and like gotcha games, dailies, all that sort of stuff. Like if there ever comes a time where they do reduce like the work week to 4 days a week, 6 hours or something. I think it's like 6 to 8 hours, 4 days a week or something like that. Or I think they're trying to reduce it even more, especially with the push to have like AI like take over jobs and such. Um, like, I think of the thing. I think then I might actually like give Grand Blue another chance. Because like Grand Blue, you really only gotta. I'm thinking of like Ray's friend, Ray and Derpy's friend, um, Riku, who plays. I think they just really only play Grand Blue, and they don't play like anything else because Grand Blue is kind of like a full-time job to play in of itself, which is why it's mostly like catered toward a Japanese audience, except for the fighting game and Reland. It's funny just seeing an Eevee in the distance and being like, "That's gonna be the one." Like, no, it's not. Retro an accident, but such a predicament. The cosmos crash a plane and make the stars alive. Get this itinerary, one-way trip to your heart. State line, ooh yeah. You're a neighbor so ethereal, ooh yeah. Universally divine, ooh yeah. I don't wanna miss this fight. If I can't take more than 100 million feelings, get me comfortable like ooh. Didn't wanna waste my time. It's not a friend zone, it's like different time zones. Yes, I could be an astronaut. If I had a superpower, I would teleport into your hour. No, the other song that's like now coming into my head, it's from Payday. Bada 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 bum bum ba bum. Brum bum brum bum rum bada bum ba da dun 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 dun. Babe, you know about the autumn when the leaves are falling down. Yeah. Knowing all the pretty flowers slowly wither to the ground. All the birds that say the summer spread their wings and fly away. And the sky that used to shine so bright goes behind the gray. When you also learn by springtime, life returns in such galore. And it wasn't always there, you enjoyed it all the more. I've been away for so long, like the winds of the summer weather. I am back and I'm even better, yeah. Nothing can take up these bones. We're in our prime, this is our time. That is is it Hoxton Breakout? I think it's Hoxton Breakout's theme song. I think. Oh, about the autumn. The leaves are falling down. Yeah. And then there's Jimmy's theme song. That's a movie that I've actually always been interested to see, Hardcore Henry, because that's where Jimmy's from. It's the first person movie. But I think Jimmy got more popular through Payday than the actual movie. But I've heard it was interesting. I'm the son of rock and roll. Da da da. I got the masters under my control. I like the dope. I want your money and I want your hope. Your money and your hope. Your money and your hope. Your money and your hope. Da da da. Iggly epic. Ah, my lyrics. Jealous folks are the only critics. Top of the world, and I know why. The world is a pigsty. Son of rock and roll. Son of rock and roll. Son of rock and roll. I am a bad motherfucker. Live long and we'll make you suckers. Live long and we'll make you suckers. I am a bad motherfucker. It's a good song. That's a Jimmy theme song. Other songs. One of these days, maybe I'll like actually, now with me getting like my finances more in check, once I'm fully out of the debt stuff and I get to like a new place and everything, maybe I might get like a vocal coach and like actually train my voice. Not that good. Trying to think of also now, because I used to sing songs with like when I had like IRL friends. Like we'd be in the car together and we would just like belt out songs. Kiss Me Slowly and Fight Song. I do remember singing with a friend in particular. Kiss Me Slowly, we did ended up kissing after we sang that song. So that was, you know, title was right there. I figured, you know, we had to. I think they figured we had to. I was along for the ride. It was a great time. Fight Song was just good. They had a K-pop song that they sung that I just didn't know the words to. Let me think. I'm going through my head of other things. There was my coworkers. There was the girl that like I almost ended up dating that my coworker dated. I think it was, is it Drive by Oh Wonder? Cause loving you is too hard. All I do is not enough. Loving you. I cannot be a loving you. Ooh, oh, oh, loving you leaves me dry. All I do is not enough. Loving you. I cannot be a loving you. Ooh, oh, oh. Roselia the way. Roserade we can just get from the Crimson Mirelands, so like that should be fine. Hello. What other ones do we got that I could think? I don't think World of Warcraft Girl or friend. Part of that. Let me think. Oh, I could mark Golem off the list too. That's right. Golem. Hello. See my Pokemon. Got it. Let's go pick up our next one. We just need to level. It's Yanma. It's just the blue squad is what it is right now. I think we already... Oh, I guess Alpha Eevee we do need to worry about that later. Let's get the other guy to like 80 and go from there. Let me think. Yeah, I don't think with Abra. That one might actually have a I might actually do want to go down here just to see if we can get an alpha Abra. That'd be good. What else? Yeah, World of Warcraft girl. She listened to music, but it was never any music that I knew of. I wanted to get into it, but I don't think I ever like asked because I was going for her friend. Her friend also just never really listened to music. So yeah, that didn't entirely work out. I'm like thinking just other songs that we used to sing in the you know, the band team. Is it band team? Marching band? I guess they're just called marching band. They had a few songs that they sang. But it was whatever songs they had to play for marching band is really or anything like interesting other than that. Bye. Another one. I like how there's just an Alpha Starly in the background like, hello, I am Bird. It's like, okay, well, glad to see that you're part of that. Can't think of like any other ones. I'm thinking of like the songs I played for like during high school. I can't think of like anything that I like actually consistently played. I know I also have music that I associate per game. Like if there's a game, like I will just mutter the song because that's like the song that I always played on repeat with the game. Like the first one that comes to mind is Don't Stop the Music by Rihanna, and that was when I played EverQuest 2. Which I never fully played EverQuest 2. I only played one of the expansions because I just loved the tutorial island so much. But like I think EverQuest 2 is actually still going. There's like some games that I always surprise me that they are still going after like all this time. And I don't know if the people who just play them are like the server space or whatever is like super low. Like I don't know the stuff for that. But I'm thinking of like EverQuest 2, I think people still like probably play quite a bit. I never realized that how popular Vindictus was. That is a game that I've been always considering going back to because I played it when it first came out, and then stopped playing because like none of my friends wanted to play it because we all played Continent of the Ninth Seal, and that we played the hell out of. We all love C9. It's a great time. Probably not a great MMO, but like we just loved it. We did play Vindictus, but then like my computer just could not handle the game, so we would just lag like profusely whenever we were grouping up together. But like I've always wanted to get back into it. I just wanted to like restart from scratch, and I think like the Steam version like doesn't help out with that. I don't remember. But now there's like a second Vindictus that's supposed to be coming out, which like I would want to try. World of Warcraft is still there. Rift is another one. Oh my gosh, Rift being like the fact that Rift is still like around, it surprises the heck out of me. Like I played the crap out of Rift when it came out, hit max level, had some of the rarest mounts and everything, and just like when Rift like eventually like died out, I just assumed that it was like super dead. But no, they still have like servers running. Like whenever they have like end of service and stuff, like there's some things that have like end of service and like they're gone for good. Then there's others like, we have end of service, but we're just never going to update the game again, but like the servers are going to remain on ad infinitum. Like, I wish more game companies would do that, especially it's like, hey, well, this is like the end of service, you'll never see this game again, peace. Because like, I think of, like, there's like kids and everything that like, they would really enjoy this game when they grow up, and now they can't play it because it just doesn't exist anymore. And you know, there could be like kids like born 10 years later who like they would really love this NES game. Like that's just what they would want to play, right? Like something along those lines. And like I'm a big proponent of like I would say absolutely say that games should be preserved. But I also think of like the gacha games. I'm sorry, Zarura, I can't go up there. I also think of gacha games or like Udapuri, like Shining Live, the first iteration of it, where they shut the servers down and like it's just no longer a game. It's like, no, but what if you just made it like a single player game? Which apparently they are doing. They are switching it over, like, which I totally forgot about. Ray told me about this like months ago. There was an announcement that the Japanese version of Shining Live, like, they're gonna fully port it over to Switch. And I don't know if that means like it's gonna be like a gacha game on the Switch that's just updated every like week or so, or if it is a single player version of everything Shining Live. And if it's a single player version of everything Shining Live, then that company needs to just teach the rest of the companies how to handle end of service, because that would be incredible. I don't know when it comes out, but like the moment it does, oh, I'm like, I'll do what I can to play that game. So one of these days, Eevee will show up. The funny thing is, Cyndaquil is going to be like significantly easier to get. Okay, way back when. Oh, I like they had to have been lying. That's pretty much what I'm boiling down to. Never trust the viewers, I guess. Come on, White TV, I believe in you. You'll pop up eventually. I mean, we're technically at like 5 or 6 hours of like looking for this thing across like 3 different streams. So I'm not ending the stream until we do it, and then we will move on to our second stream of the day. You just run around in circles. Ring around, that's still the regular Eevee. There's some Bidoof. They're just chilling. Sparkle, sparkle noise. I expect you to sparkle, sparkle. You know, without using like the getting like as much money as we possibly can, we have just been chilling with money. The dichotomy of what I am seeing. Why am I being booped? Cassie, don't you have another stream that you gotta be at watching or playing? Why am I being booped? There's someone more important than me. What do you mean, wah? You wanna boop because you wanna? I don't think I've ever been booped in, like, real life. Like, in real life, it's just, like... Either I just get, like, slapped across the face, or, like, nothing. That's a joke. I never even get slapped across the face. I don't even get hugs. Gosh, I, like... Okay, I have to talk about this, because now that I'm, like, remembering it, it's just... I don't know. So, previously, when I, like, left my previous job, and even jobs before that, I, like, whenever somebody would leave, like, a job or anything, like, either we'd, like, handshake and say, hey, like, see you next time, or maybe see you later, or, like, sometimes I would hug the person, like, usually it would be them hugging me, and I'd just be really confused, but, like, we just, like, it would be, like, a sign-off, or, like, you know, like I said, shaking hands, high-fiving, something like that, right? So we had somebody who ended up leaving. They got moved to a different office, like, permanently last week. And, you know, I stopped by, I said bye, and they said they'd like to stay. And they were, like, the one person I felt like I could really, like, legit talk to, just because most of the stuff that we talked about is, like, we were the only other person who liked any of that stuff, except for games. No one likes games where I'm from, so that's fine. But, like... They just waved goodbye and then walked out, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, that's fine. And it's like, no, I didn't want, like, a hug or anything, but, like, it's just weird being like, bye, and then just gone. Like, okay. Like, they want to, like, stay, chill. Like, sometimes, like, I would hang out with, like, other people at the end, just to wave goodbye. I was like, no, I guess that's fair. Ow. Because I remember when I left my, like, the banking job, like, yeah, I think I gave everyone in the place, like, a hug, and then, not only that, but, like, I think I did get dinner, like, one of them got me dinner. Which, like, they don't have to do that. Like, especially the dinner part, like, they really didn't need to do that. But, you know, something better than just waving goodbye and being like, we're never going to see you again. It's like, okay. I don't know, maybe I'm short-sighted. Also, I haven't been hugged in now, like, a year and a half or something, so... Listen, if it's all through the internet, it's cool. Real life, it's never going to happen. Also, the sheer contrast to what is going on my right screen is just crazy. So, because of, like, the update to the bandwidth and everything, I can actually... like, have, like, other streams up while I'm also, like, streaming. Specifically to, like, support just other people. Though, obviously, I still want people to still be watching my stream as well. But, like, the two that I have on the side, one is, like, you know, everyone's being nice, considerate, great, and sweet. It's both on DVD, I should mention. And the other one is just the killer DVD is just being relentlessly ruthless and just like it looked like there was like tunneling for a little bit against like the TTV. And I'm just like, man, the game is so strange. I think that's probably one reason why I chose to like play with like Flora's group yesterday compared to the other group I was invited to play with. That Sparks essentially said they've been like asking consistently about you, and I think Cassie might be able to back it up that this group has been asking about me, which is weird because I feel like they should just forget about me, but whatever. But it's nice to like not have to play super like ridiculously try hard, right? Like out of the two groups, I essentially didn't choose it based on like who's in the group, though I know some would probably beg to differ on that. It literally came down to one of the groups, like the games I knew were going to be just a lot more chill, and I didn't have to like supremely like try my hardest. I didn't have to like do a whole bunch of crazy stuff and carry. While the other one I knew it was just going to be like, all right, it's going to be time to hyper-focus stakeout build the entire time. Like, which that was something, like, I talked with, so from yesterday it was Flora and Flora's group, right? And I talked with them about it, like, a few days prior to, like, the stream. Because, like, I was, like, fascinated by the contrast between both groups that I end up playing with. Technically, there's a third. That's a Ponyta? Oh, that's a Bidoof. Okay. That's fine. And there's something about DVD that I, like, don't get. I know I'm talking about it during Pokemon, but, like, it is something that I just, once again, we're just kind of chilling and talking about it. I don't understand why, for some people, it is near impossible for them to even do a gen, find a gen, or just like do anything in the game. And I know there's some people who like they're streamers that they only want to get content. They don't want to help the team. They only want to do things that either are going to make them look good or like is going to get them the views, right? So they have no qualms with the team, and I hate playing with those type of players. And those players could like just burn in hell for all I care. Because you're just actively screwing over your team just in the hopes that you're going to get better. The problem is you're also streaming with multiple other streamers who have their full like VOD footage either on Twitch or like on YouTube. So you just like you're just like, aha, this is why the game only did this. Like, I did this amazing loop for a while, but we still lost because my team's useless. And then you watch, and it's like, ah, yes, the guy who says that we were useless actually found out that they didn't touch a gen the entire game. Not just for, like, a little bit. No, they didn't touch a gen for the entire game. So because of that, like, the team lost. It's like, no, okay, like, you need to do something. But, like, the contrast that I had with, like, Flora's group with, like, the others that I play with is they always are able to find gens and get stuff done and, like, actually save. And even if the killer's a dickhead, like, it's because this is, like, lower MMR, right? They know to not, like, save or, like, help. It's just like, yeah, no, we will actually, like, back away. But that's the thing. That's why you have to watch the different perspectives, right, Cassie? Because like if the killer's a dickhead and like is just tunneling them out and like then the team just like they never did a gen because of that, that'd be one thing. But if you're like saying that the reason they lost is because the team decided to never touch gens, like it was just they were stuck at 5 gens the entire time and I looped them for 3 minutes, so my team is garbage. But then you watch a streamer who was also like in the game streaming and you look at their perspective, which has the entire game, and you see that no, gens did get done. They actually had one gen left by the time the person died, and they did get out. But it's more interesting is if like they're the hero and their team is a dickhead. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some clips where they actually like edit in the death icon to every single like person just to like try to hype themselves up. And if the killer is like tunneling them and the team still wins, like they're not going to show that most of the time if they don't do that. But no, like lower MMR, like not only do you get like nicer killers, but also it feels like the survivors like actually do get stuff done. I will say the last survivor game we did last night with Callie kind of disproved that, because there was an Ash that just didn't do anything but had the most points, and then I figured at the end, based on how the game went, that they just smashed pumpkins the entire time. Like that's all they did. They ran around, smashed pumpkins, saved people as long as possible, and like that was it. So, but like for the most part, like they can. But then like I'll go into like higher MMR, and then I find out that I'm the only one doing gens most of the time. So I'm just like stuck like, okay, well, game started, kit's on a gen, and then like 3 minutes later, one person's in chase, 2 other people. Just walking around, okay, I'm still the only one, like first gen's done, and second gen's done, but it's all me. Where's everyone else? And then you get the endgame chat, and in endgame chat they're like, yeah, I just couldn't find a gen at all. It's like, motherfucker, it says you have 5,000 hours. What do you mean you couldn't find a gen? Like, you should know better than anyone on how to find a gen. It's just baffling to me, like, the difference. But also, once again, like, higher MMR, like, there's, like, people who are tunneling one person. You have people who are, like, being incredibly dickheaded to, like, other TTVs. You know, they just want to sweat and just, like, get, like, the 4K. The amount of times they, like, slug at the end is just ridiculous. Like, there's just a lot of, like... There was just so much of that, right? But then, once again, you get to, excuse me. You go to, like, the low MMR, and, like, people who have only, like, 100 and 200 hours, and it's not as sweaty. People, you know, are looping, but, like, they're struggling with looping. The killer's also struggling with looping because they don't know exactly what to do. Whatever, like, all the survivors are on a gen, and the killer's actually, like, trying to use the full extent of their power and learn about it, rather than just hinging upon perks. So... Hey, Cassie, well, you almost have, like, 2,000 hours. You still do gens. Like, a lot of the time when you and I play... Like, sometimes I have to give you a little push to be like, hey, maybe do a gen. Maybe. Or, like, go get totems or something like that. Like, sometimes you need, like, a little bit of a push. But, like, you mostly do, like, decent, like, work. The other thing I learned about, like, higher MMR is that even if you're, like, playing with friends or people who, like, you know and they know you, it always feels like it's just gonna lead, it's like argument central. And I don't know if that's a fault of my own, or like if it's just because like everyone has the idea of like they already know what to do, so why listen to anybody? But it feels like a lot of the time when I'm like playing in higher MMR and I'm like in a call with somebody, I just get straight up ignored a lot of the time. Or like people don't believe me, and then they die and they're like, why did this happen? It's like, huh, I did tell you to stay on the gen. Okay, But then once again, like lower MMR group, it's just straight up been like, hey, guess what? Like, here's everything. Like, you're telling me to go here? Well, I'm going there. Like, perfect. Oh, you like, he's camping? Got it. 4 other gens done. We're out of here. And I'm guessing it was with like lower MMR. It's because they haven't played the game that much, so they are like looking to somebody who has more hours, who understands the game, which I get. But also, like, I'm just a huge strategist with any game that I play. There's a reason why, like, I haven't referenced this in a while, but I used to when I first like started streaming. With my strategist mind, I talk about the Civ 5 gameplay. The Civ 5 game that was a massive lie until the end. Where the people I was playing with all have played Civ 5 like numerous times. Like, we're talking, like, they've done like the marathon games about 3 or 4 times. This is not Pirana's group. I should mention it. Pirana shows up here. It's not Pirana's group. But it was just another group that I did play with before Pirana's. And I have played a ridiculous amount of Civ 5, but I had my profile in private. And I also played a bunch of Civ 4 as well. And Civ 3. I actually have like the physical copy of Civ 3, I think, somewhere in my bookshelf over there. The entire game, I just stayed like trying to be alliancing with everybody. I just said, hey, I'm just gonna like learn the game. And because the other 3 people, they kind of acted like hotshots. Like, they knew everything and they knew like how to counteract like everybody else. So since I was this other person, I was like, hey, you know, I'm gonna, thanks for the hydrate. Cool. They were like, okay, so Kit's like, he doesn't know what he's doing. We'll play it easy on him, but we'll fuck the other people up. It's fine. And everyone's like making alliances with me and like the AI and stuff and whatnot. Meanwhile, since I've already played the game, my strategy was just take advantage of their cockiness, that they knew what they were doing more than me. So that way, like, I could win a research victory faster than them. And it worked perfectly. We got to the point where, like, I was like 2 stages away from building the rocket or the satellite that needs to go up. There was like 2 stages away or something like that. I just thought I was like super close. It's been so long since I played Civ. Holy shit. Because I know I'm blanking on how you did a culture victory now anymore. It's been so long. I need to get back into it. But I'm pretty sure it was like a rocket is what 5 was. And yeah, by the time I did that, they're like, shit, Kit knew what he was doing. Fuck. And then everyone just threw nukes at me. But because like it took so long to get to where I was, and I don't remember like the specifics of everything. I just remembered like it based on the point of the game where they realized it, that I like had completely conned them. All 3 of them agreed to team up and just fire nukes at me to like stop it. But by that point, like, it was like too late. So I remember like a bunch of my cities were like just blown up, but I just still won with the research victory. And everyone was just like baffled. And I mean, once again, if you've ever seen me play like Among Us or Town of Salem, like, I already out-strategized everybody before the game started. I take a look at who I'm playing with, and I know pretty well, even, unless it's somebody I don't know and I have to take a game to kind of learn how they act, I'm like taking note of everything so that way I can make the best strategy I can moving forward. So I don't know if you are like fully high MMR, Cassie, but mentally cheating. Well, that's the thing. My goal is to win most of the time that I play games, right? Whenever I play a game, I want to win. Or I want to at least like prove that I'm good enough. If anyone's heard my sports stories about the fact that I've never felt like I proved myself to my dad or my mom that I was like ever good at sports because I always came in last place at everything that I did, or I got like sat out for the entire season, or I was always the last person at bats and in the field that like was just off to the side. I think it was left field. It's wherever the ball like gets hit the least in a while. Like, I don't think I've ever like impressed my mom and dad with like anything. So I have a big complex of the fact that I have to do better than everyone else I'm playing with. I have to win and I have to prove that I'm like good at what I do. It's why a lot of the time I downplay my knowledge, because the easiest way to like beat somebody at a game if they're better than you is to appeal to their ego, depending on who it is. Like, there's some people who are just going to be willing, like completely willing to like tutor you, help you out, get better, and then like the student becomes the master sort of situation. But that's not a lot of people, because there's going to be people out there who are just going to be like, oh, you suck at the game? Perfect. Well, I'll be the hero, and like you just get stuff done and just help out the team. But I'm going to be the hero at the end of it. And then by the end of the game, they'll realize, oh shit, Kit duped them, and Kit actually knows what he's doing. Now you're on YouTube, Cassie. Nice. But I think that's also why, like, whenever we're playing like PvP games, and why I think like the group that I was referring to earlier should just forget about me and just like I shouldn't matter to them in the slightest, is because they're clearly better than me in every way, shape, or form. Like, not just like Twitch statistic wise even, but like gameplay wise, they're just general knowledge, like the memory of everything, like they're just better. And I would simply just be holding them back at that point with how I was with sports. Like, I was always holding the team back. I was like what we would call the black sheep or the ugly duckling of a team. I just was the load, is the best way to put it. So when it comes to that, like, yes, I'm the one who's like fixing gens and stuff and trying to do my own thing. That's not as impressive as like what the other people do on a daily basis. They just don't get the gens done because they don't care to get the gens. You know? They're simply just better. So if I'm not part of that team, you know, I'm not holding them back or anything. They'll have better teammates in that. Like, it's a logical fallacy that I live by, where if I'm not the first, if I'm not the best or the second best in like a team aspect, then I am purely the load, and I should just be not cared about in that grand scheme of things. Now, if it's like a 4-person game and all of us are in like skill level that's like actually super close to each other, like we all like, it's really hard to determine who's the best, second best, third, fourth, whatever. Then that's different to the point where like, okay, we all like, no one's alone in that one. We're all like an actual cohesive team. I'm thinking of like the caboodle when it comes to like Back 4 Blood or anything, where in that case, Doge is the best player, and then the other 3 of us are the ones who like, you know, pick up the slack compared to Doge. But no, it's a purely analytical mind in that case. That's why Sparks like messaged me a whole bunch yesterday, because like I said, I was being asked to join the team and I was just like, I just hold y'all back, like get somebody else to join, or like just completely forget about me. One, I just make that entire group just depressed just from being. But also two, like, majority of that group is just significantly better than me. So there's no reason to have me just being the load when a random could probably do. I also think about it in the terms of like the Caboodle. With the Caboodle games that we play, I have been really enjoying the idea of like all of us either being blind to a game or one of us like experiencing a game for the first time, but the rest of us like all watching. Mahjong is the only one that it sucks. Like, to talk about the Caboodle for a little bit. For those who don't know, the Caboodle, that's myself, my roommate Doge, and then our friends Cube and Slime. 4-person group. Used to stream every single week, and now it's kind of like every other week we're going to be streaming. Just to get through everything. That being said, the most recent stream we did with the Caboodle, we played Mahjong Soul, we played Midnight Murder Party, and then we played Escape Room. So for Mahjong Soul, Cube and Slime are the two that played Mahjong the most. I've played after them, and then Doge has played the least. But if you watch any Mahjong stream, especially the one at the end, I am the one who loses all the time. Like, I'll either become first or I'm last. And the very rare times I'm first is because the other three just kind of fought each other. And then I am the only one who, like, gets ignored, or I just get, like, extremely lucky once and I win. Does Mahjong Soul have an anime? It might have an anime. I'm not sure. I know that there's a few anime characters that are in it that have, like, played Mahjong in their respective, series, but I don't know if Mahjong Soul itself has an anime. It's on Steam, though, so that's cool. But yeah, no, Cube and Slime are usually the ones who win. Doge will usually either come like second or third, and then I'm usually always last. But for like Mahjong, they need to have 4 players, and I'm just strictly there just to like... I go into it at this point knowing I'm going to lose. It's just a matter of like how badly am I going to lose, because I don't have a strategy to beat Cube and Slime. Like, it's the same how it was with Halune and Piranha when they played Mahjong. And it was the same with even Halune's just regular group. Like, I was always just the one who just... I tried to figure out, and because they're just way more experienced than I am, bar none, and I just overthink everything, like, I just end up losing. Now we move on to Midnight Murder Party, where that was the mansion FPS game where when the light was off, no one can see you, or like when the light was off, you couldn't see anybody. Your HUD was off, but like it made everyone really hard to see you. And then if you had your light on, your HUD would come back, and you can actually see like the names of your teammates or anything like that. It makes it easier seeing, but like you target. I think it's a really fun game. I would love to play a lot more of it. But Doge is unequivocally, hands down, out of the group, the best at FPS games. There is no discussion or like argument on this. Doge is hands down the best at FPS games in that group. But that is with a gun. If you watch the stream and you watch the melee portion, I was the one who like outright like wins the melee part, because I know how to like... I'm a lot better at like the mind game part for like melee, because it's a mix of whoever hits first but also like gets the actual hit. So it's a lot of like trying to fake out the person and like kind of guess where they're going and avoid their initial attack, or you can get the initial attack. But yeah, no, Doge is just incredible at FPS games. If you saw the Sea of Thieves stream was way back when, Doge was the one who carried a lot of the time. And Sparks. Sparks is also like really good at FPS games. I just, when I get angry and I want the person to like actually die, um, then I start getting good. But at that point, I'm like taking a personal jab at them rather than like actually in the game. So that's why we stopped Sea of Thieves. But no, I figured for Midnight Murder Party, like, I think me, Cube, and Slime were like fine with playing it. We just knew that whichever team Doge was on, he was probably going to win until it was like only melee. And then you have the final game that we played, which was the escape room, which that one's hard to say. Doge, I think, did take issue with the escape room game, but that's because, so for reference's sake, for those who are curious, myself and Doge have done 2 escape rooms together. Myself, Doge, and Cube have done 1 escape room together, and that's included in the one that Doge and I have done. And then we've never done an escape room like with Slime, because Slime has never like visited. But we all want to do an escape room together, like a real life escape room, because we do think it's fun. Doge, however, has issues with me in escape rooms. I don't think it got brought up on stream. I think we're just trying to have fun with it and everything. But Doge 1000% does have issue with me in escape rooms, of the fact that I can very easily clear an escape room and lead an escape room, but I pretty much just ignore everybody else when doing said escape room. The first time we did an escape room, I pretty much made, I think it was Ellie's brother and their date hate me during that entire ordeal. And then I think Manny didn't care. Their other friend, I think, got upset at me, and I tried to be like cordial with like Allie and Doge, but I ended up like just being super overbearing for both of them as well, because I knew what was going on. Allie had done the escape room before, so like had like a little bit of an inkling of what to do. So I made sure like not to like really like kind of command Allie in any way. But for everybody else, like I was pretty much commanding everyone where to go, and then just straight up calling them an idiot. Like the amount of times during that first escape room I called Doge a moron or an idiot, it was pretty high. Granted, in my defense, he really was. Like, he really was. And even Manny called him out on it. Like, I think Manny understood why I was getting, like, frustrated. Because while we're all, like, having fun and everything with it, people weren't, like, paying attention. And then when they were trying to pay attention, it was just done so badly that it was screwing up the team. Like, we barely escaped escape room. Let's just get that be clear. We barely escaped. To the reason why I called Doge names for a while was there was a puzzle that involved a clock, and you had to move the clock hands to a proper position. And I like Minnie saw the clock, I saw the clock, and Doge, for whatever reason, staring at the clock, swore up and down that clock hand did not move when we moved the thing. Even though it was the only thing that had a clock hand on it. We searched the entire room again. It was the only thing with a clock hand on it. And Manny and I even commented after going back in the room, like running in there, that the clock hands definitely moved, to which Doge then sat there and said again that they weren't moving while they were moving. To which Manny had to like just like just take over for him, and then the other 3 just were like kind of watching this all happen, where like we did solve it in the end, but it was like, come on, like there's only one clock, you just have to stare at it and you're seeing the hands move and you have to tell me when to stop it. So, and I just like, I was just so incredulous to the fact that he was just not seeing it. But like the rest of the escape room, he did amazing. Like he figured out a puzzle that, I'm gonna be honest, I would never would have figured out. Because I didn't realize that that would be a way that it worked. Like he did do some good stuff. It was just that last part, like I was incredibly abrasive. But we made it out. And then we did one with Cube. However, it involved Cube's real name, unbeknownst to us. And like the finale of it involved like you had to spell out a name. It was a person in the group's name. But the problem was there was 4 of us? 6 of us. There were 6 of us because it was myself, Doge, Allie, Penguin, Penguin's girlfriend, and Cube. Out of the group, Allie knew Doge's name and Penguin's girlfriend's name. Doge knew all of our names. I know Cube's first name, Doge's name. Yes, I live with Allie, and I don't know her. Well, I think I actually do now, but at the time I didn't. I only knew Penguin and his girlfriend by Penguin and his girlfriend. Cube only knew Doge and I, really. And then Penguin and his girlfriend only knew Doge and Allie. So there was only like one person who would have who knew everyone's like first and last name, but that would have been Doge. However, I get like very much adamantly like not said my first and last name ever. And Doge obviously calls Cube. So we almost lost that one, but that one, the reason why that one was bad and why Doge didn't like me for that one is because we all agreed, like I made it very clear, because Doge didn't want any issues, and same with Allie, that I would just take a back seat to the escape room. Like I would help if we need to, but I was not going to like lead anything or tell anyone what to do. Like everyone's in escape room before at that point, like because the other one was Doge and Allie's, like Doge's first one, Allie's second one. So I was just gonna leave it to them. We went into the escape room. I shit you not. I solved the entire first, other than 2 things, because one, I just was busy solving other things, and the second one, they all adamantly stated that they should be the ones to solve the last part. Fair. I solved that first room by myself. Literally, everyone's like looking around for clues, and I just grabbed a thing, looked at it, found the solution, moved on. Grabbed a box, saw a lock, looked at how long it was, found the solution, moved on. Like, it was pretty bad. Then we went to the second room, and I solved it. I solved one part of it pretty quickly, but everyone was like thinking I was wrong. And just because there was some things that it was like up to interpretation on what it actually was, which was like completely fair. And then Doge solved the last part after realizing what names were. Thanks, Cassie. So, yeah, dude, these are Chimchars again. Oop. That was an Ultra Ball? That was not. So, yeah, when we played... So, the reason I'm bringing this up is because going back to the escape room simulator, Doge was afraid that I was going to be super abrasive during it. Cube and Simon played the game before, but I think Cube also had some, like, reservations about the fact of, like, is Kit going to do, like, the same thing that he did during, like, the escape room that I was in? And I was like, that's a fair point. But we agreed to do it right on stream. And I think it went really, really well. I think everyone contributed in a good way. It's just the general, like, idea for escape rooms. Like, first off, with the puzzle pieces stuff, like, I didn't realize that they could be on items. So after they told me that it was on items, like, okay, then putting everything in the trash was a bad idea. That's fair. But also, like I said, hey, typical escape room thing, just put everything on the biggest thing in the middle of the room so that way we can have a good track of like what needs to be done. If it doesn't have a paper next to it, it's not important, but please just double check to see if there's a puzzle piece on it. And then, like, just assumed everyone did, and then no one showed me the goddamn plant. But whatever. But, like, during the actual escape room portion, every single person did something in that escape room, which I'm super happy about. Like, right? Like, excuse me. That is a happening. I actually need that. I'm gonna buy... Sorry, I'm gonna just buy some stuff real quick. Yeah, I am. I still need 3 more of them, Cassie, so... It's been like 7 hours or so, so... Got a few other shinies I don't need, but that's fine. Anyway, we hopefully will find it soon, the copium says. I'm still surprised this entire time, though, that we've been hunting. We still haven't found a shiny Ponyta. Like, shiny Ponyta, we don't need, but, like, still should have seen one. Anyway. I'm really happy with what we did in the escape room simulator. I don't think I was like super abrasive or anything. I think everyone did solve like their fair share of puzzles. We never did a hint. Like we all knew what needed to be done, and we got it done. We worked together. That being said, the final part with the little like translator thing, I don't know how the 3 of them could not figure that out. Like, I'm just being real. Like, I've thought it was very clear, but, you know, that's just me. That's it there. Yeah, that might just be me in that aspect. But, like, I think everything went well. The only thing I will say is Cube and Slime should not have, and I made it very well known even after the stream, during the stream and after the stream, they should not have looked up the answers. I get it that some of those puzzle pieces are really hard, but I think they should have told Doge and I that the puzzle pieces not only can go like outside like the world, right? Like they were talking about the fact that they thought one would be like on the moon, that you have to like pixel perfect like click or something. But they should have told us that it could go be like a part of like the clues or like the geometry itself. As far as like in the items, like they should have said that too. Like that's why I started checking the items, but they also didn't put all the items on the table like I asked. So like whatever. But like the final puzzle piece that we found, I'm not gonna spoil it since the game just came out. So if you're still looking for it, the final one that they looked up and they were like just saying it's in this room, like that already irked me enough as it was that like they had to give us a hint. But had I known that the developers in the first game like to do something similar to that, that would have been my first thing to check, was like everything there. Now that I know that it's a thing, the rest of the puzzle pieces and like the feature maps should be a lot easier. But if I'm in an escape room or something, I will not progress. Cassie, you sell yourself short, and it's like I've learned that I've had like a pet peeve, and it's very much like a huge pet peeve. And like Sparks, like I've talked to Sparks about it, but you do the same thing, that like it is a thing that like just pisses me off, is that y'all down I wouldn't say downplay, but y'all just call yourself outright dumb or like stupid without any like reason. And I know it's a hypocritical thing for me because I always will call myself dumb. I call myself stupid. I never finished college or anything like that. Um, but it's one thing for me to like downplay my knowledge during a game just to use it for my advantage, but like actually calling myself stupid. And I only usually like call myself like actually stupid if it's just something that I just don't know and I need to like learn, right? With math, like I'm decent at math, but like it wasn't my like focus or anything. But I don't think I don't consider myself generally stupid or dumb, unless it's in a social setting, and then I am. Otherwise, I just downplay it for my benefit when it comes to like deception games or like PvP games, specifically so that way I can like actually, excuse me, that way I can like use it to my advantage. Yeah. But Cassie, the reason I'm like calling both you and Sparks out is because both you and Sparks have a tendency when we're playing games to just fully say that the reason something was misdone or whatnot is because you're stupid or like not smart. When a mistake is a mistake, like just call it a mistake. And I don't think I like it really came into full force during until like I think I like cemented realizing it recently. But like I probably like yelled quite a lot back in the day, say like Splatoon wise or like other games. But now I'm like definitively putting my foot down. Like, yeah, if somebody's like I'm playing a game with somebody and they're saying that the reason they do it is because they're an idiot or like they're stupid, like they lack IQ, like I just want to yell and scream at them because that's not true. If you're playing a game with me at midnight and it's like 2 or 3 in the morning for you, you're gonna be tired. You're gonna be prone to making mistakes. You're not gonna be thinking clearly. That's not you being stupid. That's just you being tired and just not making like the proper moves because you're just making mistakes. It's fine. That's completely understandable. If it's like middle of the day and you're panicking a little bit or like during it and you just make a mistake, okay, cool. You panicked. Just own up and say that you panicked. Don't call yourself stupid. Like I guess I have this thing where I just can't stand people calling themselves stupid without actual evidence that they are. I will say the counterpoint to that though is if they're saying that they're stupid, similar to like how I do to downplay knowledge to get themselves further, but I wouldn't be like super like angry at that because they're trying to do the thing that I do to like further themselves in like a competitive game. However, like if they do it in a poor way where it's like they're obviously super smart, they're knowledgeable, and they're trying to like just say, "Oh no, I've never played this game before. I don't know what I'm doing." Then that's just them being cocky and dickish, and I'm just gonna call them out on that, right? But luckily, we like really haven't come across that at all. And if they do like downplay their knowledge and they just get away with it and they actually win because like they did the same strategy, like respect, like straight up, just actual respect on that aspect. I just I can't stand people calling me stupid without proper evidence. And if somebody does call themselves stupid and they are just actually like lacking brain power and they are just ridiculously stupid, then okay, like I can't be mad at that because you're just telling the truth. And then if you refuse, and then even after you like fully acknowledge it and then you decide to like refuse help or refuse assistance or like the ability to learn, that I could call you a moron. But like most people are like willing to learn and willing to like understand what to do, how to do something. It's like, hey, I've never done this before and I'm stupid. No, you're not. You just don't know how to do it. Let me explain how to do it. Okay, now you're good. I'm not expecting everyone to be a savant or a freaking genius. I think the best example I want to give is like You have speedrunners who have to know all this tech and have to learn all this like different speed tech for whatever game they run, right? Somebody skips and everything that like, you know, kind of make the game like not as fun in my opinion. But there's some that are like really cool to see. That's like, okay, you know what? That's pretty cool. I'm thinking classic Mario 64 bomb clip. Seeing that people do that, like that's cool. I've never played Mario. I've never completed Mario 64. I've never really gotten a star in the game. If I like pick up a controller and try bomb clip for the first time without like looking at a tutorial, and I just do it immediately, like no issues, fucking call me a genius because like that shouldn't happen. But like what we're going to be expecting is I'm going to try it. I'm going to fail like 30 or 40 times as I keep playing the game without like knowing how to do it. And it's not me being stupid, it's just I'd never learned how to do it. So it's just the time that Kit talks. That's pretty much where I'm at right now. What I will say, like, truthfully, though, hydrate. Water. What I will call myself stupid on is, like, I don't have a way to... It is really colorful water. Have you heard of liquid death? It is water. If you look it up, it's called liquid death. It's just tasty water. Same can. Sorry, what I was saying though, what I would call myself stupid on is social. I wouldn't say like social norms, but socializing. I'm really bad at in like understanding friendships. Right. Once again, I lose friendships at the drop of a freaking hat. I think what I compared Sparks to it is I go through faster than I go through friendships faster than I spend money before when I was in debt. Like, and then also relationships, because like I said, my only thing to go off of on how a relationship works is my own parents and Dojanelli. And the fact that some of what like Dojanelli's like what is stated as being normal for a relationship seems in my mind blasphemous. Which once again, I think that's probably why I'll never date anybody. Mixed with other reasons that I think are just too depressing to really talk about. I think my lack of just understanding of how they work is just going to be the downfall of that. I don't remember if I was told this after the power outage time or if it happened. Yeah, I don't know if it happened after the power outage or if I was told this like at the same time as it. I don't really know, but like I think there was a time I brought up the topic of like them arguing and then like loving each other like right after, or like them having like giving each other like death glares, and then like 2 minutes later, like being like happy with each other. Like to me, that just seems really weird, and like I don't think a couple should ever argue, and they should just always like be happy together. But apparently, arguing is a core part of a relationship, which just it still to this day does not make sense to me. But I do think it's because of the fact that I've never been in a relationship. And I guess it also makes sense to the fact that, like, whenever there is an argument, I just straight up assume that the person does not want to see me ever again, wants me to go die in a hole somewhere, vanish off the face of the earth. So then I disappear from them, and then all of them, and then I get really confused. We're like, 2 months later, they're like, "Where'd you go? Why'd you disappear?" And I'm like, "Well, you were mad at me, and you like just were really upset with me. So I figured the best solution is just to disappear." Now, you would think I would learn from that and be like, "Oh, not everyone wants to do." No, some people just really have just wanted me to just disappear from them, cut contact. So like, I just don't know when the right time is to do that, to vanish off the face of the earth for a person, or when to like not. Like, that's the question? Is that the right word for it? The question? And then there's other times where, like, apparently I do something wrong and the person has just, like, banned me and cut contact completely, and I just don't ever understand why. Like, they're like, it's like, "Oh, I was just having a fun conversation with you. By the way, we're never talking to you ever again in your life." This one, if I have to say a person, I do truly wish they would come back, because they're super chill. I think they, I don't know. I think I did, like, really truly screw up. I tried apologizing for it, but they weren't having it. But, like, I understand if they never want to come back again. But it was Jesse, or Jezmil Pendragon, I think is the full name. They were super sweet, super awesome. I love talking with them as much as I did. But, like, I was the one who like made them upset and fucked up. And, like, that's the price that's paid, right? Is that I just never get to talk to them or see them ever again. And for most people, it sounds like at the time when we were talking about it, like, that's not normal. Like, that's very rare. Would you see somebody do that and, like, disappear off the face of the earth like that from somebody as a friend? Like, usually they just reconvene, like, a few days later, saying, "Hey, I was heated, I'm sorry." And I looked at them, like, I looked at the group, because this was, like, the Foxy and Tia were, like, talking about it. This was during the Final Fantasy days. To which I think I dead ass said on stream, "That's not normal," because that's, like, a typical thing. Like, if I had to put a strict number, I couldn't put a strict number on how many friends I've had, like, over my entire life. But the amount of times, like, there would be an argument and then, like, we just never talk again is probably pretty close to that same number. I think they both got, like, really confused because they're like, "That's not how that works." And I'm like, "That's all I know." And it sucks because, like, I try to reach out, like, numerous times just to, like, follow up and, like, try to make amends. But I already knew it was fruitless. Like, I already knew that it was, like, never gonna happen. Because that's just what happens. That's what happens in the kid life. Is I piss somebody off, and then they get upset. They don't want to talk, and that don't want to talk for a day turns into a month or 2 months. And that's what's currently going on with another group right now, where it's like, I already pissed them off, and I already know that, like, I'm useless as part of the group and as part of the growth. So, like, the logical part of me is saying it makes sense to just not associate with me, forget about me. Like, I'm not going to be useful in any way, shape, or form. But then you have other people being like, "But that's not how, like, a friendship works." And, like, once again, that's all I know. Like, I think back to when I was working, like, my first insurance job, and, you know, befriending two people, like, watching anime with them, hanging out at one of their houses. It was two girls, and it was me and both girls in the same bed. We didn't do anything, just saying. but like all watching anime and like really close with each other and like laugh and have a good time. And then I made a mistake, and I also did get jealous and everything. And I just like, they did not want to talk to me. So I figured it was over. So I just made sure I sat as far away from them as possible because I figured they just wanted nothing to do with me. Lo and behold, that's not how that works. Like, but like, I didn't find out that that didn't work. That's not how that works. And that everything would have been fine until like 3 years later. Like, it was a different job. And then like somebody like literally was like, hey, you know, like if you would have just talked to them like the day after, like they would have probably been chill with you. Cause I talked with them and they were like, oh, we like them. But then he just like disappeared. Am I in bed? I was talking about my former coworkers that like, it was for reference's sake to the people who know, but if they don't, like this is going to make little sense. So let me explain. This was the time where I had an insurance job. There was a few coworkers I was like really good friends with, but specifically there was a girl who was a massive gamer who like just lost her spouse due to a disease. Who, I'm not gonna lie, I did flirt with before I knew that, and then afterwards I stopped. But like her and I, we played games together, super chill. And she like had a conversation with me once, just dead ass asking if I had feelings for her because she very clearly did not, to which I had said no, and then just pointed out that my feelings were for the other person in our friend group, which was the other girl who did not play games but was in a relationship with a heavy drug addict. Talking heavy drug addict. Like hardcore drugs. And she also had like health issues that she wasn't going to be living like too much longer, but like she needed to get some like legitimately like life-saving surgery that before, like as I was going into debt and realizing that I was going into debt, I realized that, well, if I'm going to just lose everything and just go into debt, I might as well like help pay for the surgery, which she declined. Is she still alive right now? No idea. But she also like lied to me a lot during the last part of our friendship. But I did like truly like have feelings for her. Did I get used by her? Probably. But I do truly think that the friendship times that we had, like when we went to the state fair together, all three of us, and as I referenced earlier, we did watch a bit of anime. Like we would go to the World of Warcraft girl, that's what I'm gonna call her, World of Warcraft girl's house. We helped build a bed in her actual like living area because there was like some stipulations on where she could actually like live in the house. It was really complicated, but just know like we figured it out. And then yeah, like I sat in the bed and it was just like, hey, look, it's, you know, cozy, we got the TV set up, the bed's all good. Let me get up so that way you can test it. And then that just started the ongoing, like, I would say joke, but it was just like, it just kept happening where like, I, like the first time I sat in the bed just to make sure that it would like, it could hold the weight, and it did. So, but then her and, what do I call the other girl, Skinny Girl? Because due to the health issue, like she was pretty much just like bone. She wasn't anorexic, but like imagine being like as close to anorexic without like actually being anorexic, and like that wasn't the thing that was making you sick. We got Wild Girl and Skinny Girl, and while I was like in the bed, I was gonna get up so that way they both could test it. They just pushed me back down, and then like we all kind of just huddled on the bed ish. Like we didn't like actually cuddle, but like we were all really close while watching just anime, just sitting in the bed. And nothing happened. Let me be very clear. Nothing happened between us at all. Otherwise, I would be the one to be like, yeah, we definitely didn't know. Like we did not. Did I wish? Yes, but that's besides the point. And then there's a few other times that like we would like hang out at the house, and both of them very much knew my feelings, knew that I had feelings for Skinny Girl, but like I was being as respectful as I could at the time to like honor like the relationship she was having with like at the time I didn't realize how abusive he was, her current boyfriend. And like we kept watching, like we would like sit on the bed and like, you know, play games, or we would watch anime, and it would always be like us three just kind of like cozy in like the bed, just like watching. But it was never like romantic or anything like that. It was just us three just chilling for the most part. Um that was the same group that like WoW Girl had a friend that we were playing with who was like asking if she was single and like wanted to know if he had a shot of like getting into her pants, to which I just openly said probably, because he likes the guy back, to which both of them tried to claim that they didn't say that to me after they talked about it, which I then got really confused because like individually they both very clearly told me this and they both did what they both wanted to do. So I don't know why anyone was mad about it. And if they didn't tell me that and I just made up on the fly, I had to point out the sheer absurdity of that, because at that time that that happened, I was losing my feelings for Skinny Girl because I realized that like she was never gonna leave the abusive boyfriend, even though she most definitely should have, because that was the time I found out. So I was having feelings for WoW Girl, even though WoW Girl said that she didn't have any like feelings for me and was probably never going to. Fair. But why would I try to hook them both up together if I was having feelings for them? I even told them both this. I was like I'm starting to like have feelings for them because Skinny Girl's just being an idiot right now. Should just very clearly not be in the situation she's in, but I digress. And then Skinny Girl like broke up with abusive guy, kicked abusive guy out of the house, and I was like, let's go, first steps. And then claimed that she really liked me, and then slept and had sex with a different manager on the sorry, like I say on the floor, it's on the floor, like that's what you call like the workspace was on the floor, but no, it was probably in a bed. I hope. I think it was in a motel actually. I then got sent plus pictures from another person. Third party person is what I should say. And then the manager guy didn't even realize that I was crushing on the girl. So yeah. If you're new here, my life is a soap opera. Like we've or like an anime. It's pretty crazy. But anyway, like the big thing is like I had a discussion because like what I thought was money to like help pay for like some medicine for like a procedure for like the like for Skinny Girl was actually she ended up using it for her date with the manager guy, which I wasn't mad at him at all. Like he didn't know, one, that I was crushing on her, and two, that I gave her money. And then when she lied to me about it, like she somehow got mad at me for being upset that I gave her money, which that was weird. And then I like she was upset, so like I just said that was the point where I'm like, well, I guess the friendship's over now because she's mad at me. And then I stayed away. And then people tried to be like, why are you just sitting by yourself now? And well, you know, we're near X and Y. And I said like they wanted nothing to do with me. And then stayed like that, left the company because I just felt like it was just terrible, and I ruined like not even like my friendships and everything there with those two, but also just ruined like my rapport at work. So then I left, and then it was quite the time. And then, you know, 3 hours later, I'd learned that I could have just came back and everything would have been fine, even if Skinny Girl was using me. Like, WoW Girl still wanting to talk to me. I digress. once again, Kit's Life is an anime. It'd be crazy, but that's like once again, it's, I wouldn't say that's what started my like concept of how friendships and then I guess relationships would work, but it definitely is like a big like catalyst for that. It's like the best way to do it. Say so, I guess. So I'm trying to think of like what would be like the start of it. Would it be the basketball players? No. Oh yeah, the band girls who like I pretty much like nearly broke both my legs. They sat me down in a chair and they all just kissed me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure my parents both think I've never kissed anybody. Now that I think about it, I'm fairly certain that they like never. Yeah, I don't think they've ever actually like do that. Like I kissed anybody. I think they like very much. I think I've done nothing. I don't think they've ever actually like. I don't think they because I came back in, and it was like while they were at the football game, and like I had to crawl myself over, and then they like helped prop my legs up. But like I washed my face off, so. Some crazy, crazy stuff has happened. Kit life. Just how it goes. No, I feel like most of my stories are always just like interesting, funny, and just like out of left field, you know? I'm pretty sure I've talked about on stream of like the one of the managers I had who tried to get with me and this like Mormon guy. And tried to get us to like take drugs, to which we both said no for obvious reasons, but also like I had to point out that she's for some reason asking a very like hardcore like Mormon dude to take like illegal drugs. She got reported so fast, but I think she still ended up working with the company, if I recall. I think she did. I don't remember. She was my manager just for a little bit. That job was wild, though. Like, that was absolutely just an incredibly wild job. Because there was, like, Wow Girl, Skinny Girl, there was a manager, there was my main manager that I had for years. I say years. It was, like, 1.5 years. Because I was only at the company for 2 years, and I kept getting switched back to her. But she tried to hook me up with her best friend. Which her friend was completely 1000% oblivious to me crushing on her before Skinny Girl. And like didn't think it was weird or me being like just strange or anything about it. Just completely oblivious to it. And then there was another coworker's mom who tried hitting on me, who also worked with us. Like there's so many stories at that place. There's still some that like I don't think I could really say on stream. I don't think I have, nor would I say like talk about them on stream, just because I think that they're a bit too much. But like, yeah, no, it was a crazy job. If anyone, what I'll say, I think this is what like the safe thing to say is, if anyone here works at a call center, like anytime, like either currently or anytime during their life, like lifespan, if you want to just see craziness, and I know I would be shocked if this isn't how like majority of them are. If you are like, what is it? Like if you work in a call center, like find your place to sit, make your friends and everything like that. But if you really want to see just crazy stuff, switch seats to like just to be around different people, because most of the time they're not going to care if you can switch seats. But if you can't switch seats, just at least like interact with some of the other branches in that call center, because I guarantee you there is some crazy shit going on in those branches that you just cannot, like, you would not realize. Like you would hear it and be like, no, that's not a thing. And it's like, yep, nope, that was at least one branch of ours, and then the other branch did this, and the other branch also had this going on, and you would just be like, what? Trust me, there's some crazy stuff, like absolutely crazy stuff that like I've seen. And like I said, I would not be surprised if other call centers at that time were like that before I moved to actual cool stuff. So. But also, I have have more lighthearted stories from that place. Like, not everything there is just like shocking and doom and gloom. Like the manager that I mentioned that tried to set me up with their best friend, she was also the one who like the entire work, like they updated their policy to now allow for no colored hair, and she was 1000% on board and even helped me dye my hair purple black. Like we literally went to her apartment, went into her bathroom, and just dyed my hair purple black. We were a little concerned because like the purple wasn't exactly showing up until we realized at the end that it does show up, just you had to be outside. So we kind of trashed her entire bathroom. But also somehow I introduced her to Danganronpa. Like that was crazy because she was not a gamer at all. Like her and her fiance at the time, not interested in games at all. But like she had a little bit of interest in anime, and she pulled up, I want to say, I don't know if it was Netflix or like, it might have been like Amazon Video or something. I don't remember, but like Danganronpa showed up, and I was like, oh, I forgot they made an anime of that. And she's like, oh, I'm not that big in anime, but like, what's it about? And I explained it was like 15 students were in a high school, and like they had to kill one and get away with murder in order to escape. And she's like, that sounds cool, and then just started playing it. And we got to trial 3 while this was all going on. Like we just watched it while my hair was being dyed, and I was like, but you don't play games or like watch anime that much, do you? Like, no, anime's never been my thing, but this is actually super interesting. I'm gonna finish watching it. And she did. She finished watching the entirety of the Danganronpa 1 anime. And then there's Tiger, who's sometimes in chat. Just depends on if she's free or not. She was with my other coworkers at that same place. She could probably back me up on some of the things that I've said. Tiger, like... Okay, hold on. This has a potential for good things. There was the time that like I found out I can watch anime on some of the screens at work as long as I like handled things properly. So I introduced her to Danganronpa as well, and we watched one. We watched one. We watched. She watched somebody's entire Let's Play of 2. I think she actually watched Weeby's entire playthrough of 2. I think it's Weeby or Blaze, one of the two. It was one of them because she was the one who like introduced me to their content in general, and then we both like sat next to each other and watched the Danganronpa 3 anime the entire like all the way through. And I got her a little Monokuma plushie for her birthday. So that was cool. Yeah, and then there was also the time there that I watched the entirety of Future Diary, but I happened to watch the uncensored version, so luckily a call didn't come through to take a screen cap of my screen, but like I did accidentally watch the complete uncensored version of Future Diary, so that was fun. What else happened? I think Tiger knows about this one because there was the time where like so Tiger's been like married for like a few years, and when they were like about to get married, I remember like my high school friend who was also working with us being completely misunderstanding everything going on. Like, I mean, like completely to a T, misunderstanding the relationship that Tiger and I had. Sorry, this is gonna be bright red now. I don't think there's anything I can really do to mask it, but that's fine. But my friend trying to be as big of a wingman as possible to try to hook me up with Tiger, and then thinking that Tiger and I were in a relationship and was so proud of me that like I was dating somebody as like attractive as Tiger, to the point I had to like look at him during that, like as he's like popping off and being like, buddy, she's getting married in like a week, and just seeing my friend's heart like if you physically saw his heart, it was like breaking into pieces as I said that. Like, oh man, I have ruined his entire day. And then there was another high school friend that also worked at that job who talked to me about how hot one of my brothers was, but then said he was a dick and said that there was somebody better. And then me not realizing that she meant me until her friend sitting next to her pointed it out. But by that point, she already left the company. But I was also like still trying to like actively flirt with like skinny girl. So yeah, that wasn't gonna happen. But like, listen, I know that some other, like I was talking about like that one other person being oblivious, but listen, I could be just as oblivious, okay? Like that's just the thing. Hot potato but dense potato. That's, I mean, listen, I'm like very much not, I don't pay too much attention. Those Pikachus are holding berries. So here's the thing though, right? It's not the fact that I miss the fact that like people are crushing on me. It's more the fact that I just very much do not believe that somebody can like crush on me. Like, I think it's a statistical anomaly and an improbability that that's a thing. So because of that, was that a Pichu? No, that was a Raichu. Okay. Ow. Yeah, no, like I talked about the fact that like I always think it's a statistical anomaly for somebody to crush on me or even like me. So because of that, like I just never realized that they'd have feelings until it's spelled out for me. Like just straight up, like they literally just like approach me and be like, "Kit, what's up? I'm crushing on you." It's like, "I want to make out with your face," and then I'm looking at them like, "Huh?" Well, that has happened like twice. That would have been Thunder's and medical person. Besides, besides those two, hasn't really happened. And then otherwise, I find out through a third party, or like I find out like just way later. The worst is when like somebody was been crushing on me for a while, and then like I'm still friends with them. I like talk to them like, you know, say 2 or 3 years later, and then they like we never talk again or something. It's like, huh, remember when I was crushing on you hardcore, and then you just never realized it? I look at them like, what the fuck you talking about? Like that was a thing. It's like you didn't realize like you didn't think that this was weird. You didn't think that like me like always like holding on your arm was like strange. No, like I just thought you just wanted to hold on to somebody's arm for some reason. Like I didn't really piece together anything for that. Kit, you're dense as fuck. Yeah. But do you still like me now? Not that way. In fact, I'm gonna be like, you know, gonna get like hitched here in like a few like weeks. I'll probably never see you again, and then just like peace. And the amount of times that has happened is surprisingly high. There's a reason why I have like this whole thing that I don't really talk to coworkers or like old coworkers anymore. Just because like I just want to avoid the potential of that happening now, and then two, like we're just coworkers, and most of people as coworkers, they don't see each other as friends. So I just don't want to like deal with any like misconstrued understandings, even though I would like to be friends. Just sometimes that's just not the case. Most times, even. So. Once again, there was somebody doesn't let me. Is it Foxy? I think Foxy is the one who just doesn't let me live down the fact that I could have had a big titty goth girlfriend and just completely fumbled it. Like, just absolutely messed it all up. Cassie, were you not there for that conversation? That's like, I'm at the time, because that was when I played Final Fantasy, which, if anyone from the Final Fantasy days is watching, trust me, I do want to go back to play Final Fantasy. I just need to get the ball rolling with YouTube stuff before I can go back to it. Like, it might take, like, another, like, few months. And once I get my debt sorted out, like, I want to do that, get that taken care of, too. But I do want to come back to Final Fantasy eventually and still want to play with the same group if they are still around. I feel so bad that I haven't. What? Okay, so, I guess since Cassie's not heard the story, which is insane, because it gets brought up quite a bit, when I was a freshman in high school, I didn't have too many friends still. Like, there was the gamer group that still wanted me to, like, hang out with them. But at the time, like, being a gamer was, like, not the most, like, positive thing. So, like, I always, like, jumped from friend group to friend group. But I was also in PE class, and I wanted to, like... There was, like, quite a few, like, hot girls there. But there was one where it was this, Latina goth girl with I kid you not, her boobs were probably as big as my face. Like, she was just stacked, and she was like skinny too. She just had the genes to have giant boobs, and she hit on me so hard, like during that time. And, like, this wasn't me being misconstrued or anything. Like, she like sat out of like almost everything PE, but her friend would point out that she was only watching me. And we talked quite a lot, and like I would like we would walk to the bus and everything like that. Like things were going well. Um, like and I was crushing on her, she was crushing on me. We were gonna like and I don't remember what led to me fumbling it. Um, because I like what I remember, and maybe like there was more to it that I'm like thinking from back in the Final Fantasy time I talked to a story, but from what I remember, at least now, maybe my memory's going hazy. Was I was at a bowling alley and I was stopping by to like talk to my parents, because like they, or sorry, talking. Bleh, talking to my dad who was at the bowling alley. My mom dropped me off and then she was going to drive me to the girl's house because she was a hardcore gamer who wanted to play Smash Bros. Melee on the GameCube. So she invited me to play Smash, and I like my dad just wanted me to like hang out at the bowling alley, so like I couldn't go. And that was the last I heard from her because then she ended up moving like a week later. And I just like completely fumbled it. Because I didn't like follow up with her or anything, and after like I couldn't like hang out with her that day, like I just thought I like screwed it all up when I probably still had a chance. So there was the whole fact that like I fumbled like the big titty goth girlfriend. I don't know if I mentioned this during the Final Fantasy time I told the story, but she did mention me when I worked at the laser tag arena, actually. Is it still on my phone, actually? Because it was through Facebook Messenger. Um, crazy. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. I only have it just for like high school stuff. Hold on. And seeing some of these names after so long, that's crazy. Yeah, no, it was. That's right! No way! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's there. It's fucking there. And then I just went so fucking overboard because I was an idiot! 2016 Kit. You're such an idiot. You're such a fucking Kit. You're a dumb fucking idiot now, but you're such an idiot. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I see that and like there's a reason where there's sometimes I wonder like if there's a way. I love the show the anime Erased, like where Satoru goes back into in time to like save, essentially like save somebody, and then it's also his mom, like save his mom. Like it's a really good anime. You should watch it. You should watch it. Cass, I think you've talked about the fact that you've actually seen it. Like it's such a good anime. It's such a good anime. But I remember when I first watched it and I was like, man, like if I can go back in time, but still like be sure that I can meet the same people I do in the future, but just go back in time to just not be as fucking stupid as I was, because there's, you know, when you're growing up, there's a period of time where you're stupid, or you like, you get misconstrued for creepy, or you are creepy or strange, or so on and so forth, right? Like, so you want to kind of like undo that and everything. And like, that's normal for growing up. Like you make mistakes. Sometimes you do things that are creepy, sometimes you do things that are strange, and then you like learn from it and everything. Hindsight being 2020, like looking at what I texted back at 2016, and then like just oh my gosh, I'm cringing so hard. Like I've talked about like the fumbling of like the goth girl, right? Big titty goth girl, and there's times where I'm just like, man, if I could go back to freshman year, one, I would be able to ace every class. But two, if I had like some sort of orb that was like, hey, if you just, as long as you make this decision, like you'll still meet the people you've met through like streaming, or you still meet Doge and so on and so forth. Like I still want to meet everyone still the same. But like I want to make sure I'm guaranteed it while also fixing the stupidity that I did in the past. Right? Like that is something like I do think about. Like I remember in the past, I'm just like, if I could like fix everything that like went so wrong in high school, but still be able to meet like Cheese, Doge, Cassie, even Neko and like others, like I like I would, as long as like there's like an orb following that like no one can see that's like, kid, if you get a D on this test by answering these specific ways, you will still meet these people in the future. And I'll be like, fuck yeah, okay. So, sucks. I have to get a D on the test. My parents are going to be upset. But, like, I still get to meet them. Awesome. But then I still can fix, like, just the dumb shit that I did. So what I saw, for those who don't know, or obviously can't see my phone, I saw, like, a whole bunch of names of people from the past. There is another person that I have another story. Listen, this is Pokemon Arceus. Like, I'm just gonna talk about stories all the time. It's fine. There was the girl's name. It was in 2016, October, or sorry, August is when it started, but October was the last message. It was from me. And I know what was going on in 2016 because at 2016, so what? I would have been 18. So I would have just started working at that time. I would have been working at the laser tag arena for quite some time. And at that time, that would have been before some people started working there that I would crush on. But I was like, because I didn't date anyone throughout the entirety of high school, I was now in like a desperate plea to just date anybody. And like if I had a chance from the past, I was like, I might still have a chance now. Like I'm the loser in high school who never dated anyone, because that was kind of like a thing that was going through my head. So because of that, like I needed to date anybody. And she messaged me, not other way around. She messaged me August of 2016 to catch back up and say hi and like ask how I was doing, which like, damn, like she reached out to me. So I completely mistook it. I thought that she was remembering like cool things or like good news or something like that, and like wanted to just like reconnect, maybe to try again. And like I knew she was still a gamer. She didn't remember too much of like the time there, but like I did, because like I was like head over heels for her at that point. And then I sent her, I shit you not, it's on my phone. I sent her a picture of Danganronpa 2, playing Danganronpa 2 on the Vita, the PS Vita. And her response was that her and her sister were playing through that as well. It's a great game. She was a Danganronpa fan too. She was a Danganronpa fan. And then you get the rest of the messages that lead up until October. And this is where I'm kicking myself for being an idiot, because I was just desperate, where I just messaged her, from what it looks like, every like 3 or 4 days, just in hopes for her to respond, and never got another response back until like October. So what, 2 months of me trying to reconnect, and then got ghosted. And also over messaged, because probably after like 3 or 4 I should have stopped. No, it just goes on till from like, that was, I think it was like the middle of August actually is when it started, to the beginning of October. Like October 6th is what I saw was the last message. Past Kit. I know you can't hear me because you're in the past. That was like 9 years in the past. Or no, 11. No, hold on. 2016. Why can't I do math? Minus 10. So I was 20. Oh no, I was 20 at that time. No, I was still at the laser tag arena, right? Hold on, I graduated. No, that was 11 years. So I was. So no, that's 9 years. Sorry, yeah, that's 9 years. So I would have been 20, which means that's after the fact. Which means I still was. Oh, okay. So that would mean that puts a different context into the desperation, because that was. Because I was gonna say I don't think I played. I didn't play Danganronpa until one person in particular worked there, so that wouldn't make sense. So sorry. Why was I so desperate? Because I know 2018, I also would have been super desperate. Or sorry, 2016, excuse me. So that would have been 2014, which would be super desperate because that was my graduation year. August of 26. Oh, okay, hold on. That might be. She might have messaged me around the time when I was trying to date somebody else at that job, and that might have been around the time when that person I was flirting with was dating our boss. That might be when that was, which also makes sense to why I just was desperately trying to like continue the messaging, because it was the closest that I felt like I was at with dating somebody, and then for her to date our boss and not me, and then tried to like, because that would have been around the time as well that like she tried to like get me fired from my job and tried to claim a whole bunch of like false things. So I think I was probably at my wit's end at that point. Okay, Past Kit's not as dumb. I think Past Kit was just really sad and depressed, and was so hopeful when seeing a name from the past of somebody he was so close to possibly dating. Um However, I don't know, because I don't know if at that time she was dating. I know like later down the line, because it popped up on my like Facebook when I was like paying attention to people from the past for high school. I know that she did end up getting married. Like, I don't know if it was like right after the fact or like further down the line. But no, okay, I can't hold too much, because like if it was right when I started working at Laser Tag Arena and just pure desperation, like we can make fun of past me for that for hours. Like that's fine. Um, but no, this would have been when I was like hyper depressed, because like the person that I like really like cared for and like did everything I could to make happy, the person that I like initially got into debt specifically to get them out of a really shitty situation, just backstabbed me so many times. Like the amount of knives sticking out of my back is just a ridiculous amount. Like it would absolutely be like a huge amount. So I was just heavily depressed, and then they had the false allegations they were throwing out at that job, which the bosses believed them, except for one. Sorry, no, two. The brothers didn't believe them, but their sister did, because I don't know. I thought she thought more highly of me at that point, but I digress. And then the brothers tried to stick up for me. Other people at work also tried to stick up for me, pointing how like absolutely horrible and wrong it was that was happening. And then my hours got cut. The other person's didn't. I was essentially being forced to leave. And then I had to openly talk to the brothers about the fact that I had to be looking for another job, because that was happening, and they completely understood. They completely understood. I walked into work wearing a full like suit and tie and like absolutely like cleaned up look, saying that I had to look for another job, and they knew. They fully supported it. They just wished that it didn't come to that point. But no, that would have been around the time that that happened, and finding out that there was somebody out there who also like I had a chance with and understood, like the text shows that they knew what Danganronpa was. So like everything would have been great, and I in mass just desperation just kept messaging them for 2 months, like with no responses, which it's rightfully so that they didn't message back. But I also saw, so I saw another name on there, which was another fumble. And there is another situation of a best friend trying to hook me up with their best friend, but this was a guy best friend trying to hook me up with their best friend who was a girl. And went out on a date, and like it was, so we went to a date to Dave and Buster's because she's actually never been to an arcade. And I was like, yeah, we can maybe like win some stuff. And I won some jackpots and everything. And I thought it was going. And it's the first start of the rejects where I won a teddy bear. And she's like, nah, this was all right. This girl was also like super gamer. And I'm gonna be honest, in this case, like I just blew it on the date because I frankly did not know how a date worked and what I should be doing, like what should be talked about or how like anything worked. And wingman guy who tried to set me up and thought this would be great, didn't tell me anything like what I should do, and left it up to me to figure out. And I just was so fucking awkward. Like I'm cringing thinking about it. I just remember like I was trying to do my best to impress her, and I, at a fucking arcade, which I love arcades, don't get me wrong. Like I would love to just keep like working at one and getting like playing all the games there. But no, I definitely like failed on that date. And then I remember coming in the next day and he asked like what happened. He's like, this didn't sound like it went well. I was like, dude, like based on the fact that she's not sitting directly behind us talking to us, probably should give you a good idea that it didn't go well, buddy. I don't think I talked with her after that. That's why there's is the rejects up there? I don't think you can see it. Yeah, you can't really see it, but there's a teddy bear that's like shoved in the middle of all of the plushies behind me. Also, side note, I don't ever look in the camera. I just look at like my screen, just making sure like you can see chat and like recording stuff. Maybe I should get better at looking in the camera, but I've never been good at it the entire time. Just a side note. Yeah, I try, Cassie. I just want to be as professional as I can and actually like and interesting and entertaining. I hope my stories are at least interesting. I hope it's even more impressive that they're true, or more depressing that it's, I don't know which way it should go. But I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure most people here are not really caring about the fact that I've been running in the same circle for like the past 3 hours. I think more people are still here just because if they are here, I don't know. Cassie, I think you're the only one that's here. But I mean, if people were stopping by, they were just, more interested in the stories and the personality than it is the gameplay. I don't know how well these streams do anymore. Like, I think I was talking to Flora about like, because after I revealed that I am a streamer, I've streamed, Like my fall from grace, as it were, still like kind of stings, right? Used to have like chat being super like filled with people talking and chill and everything, and then everyone left, or most people left, excuse me. All the regulars went elsewhere and will only watch if I play specific games. Like, it kind of hits you in the soul a fair bit. So I'm glad that like Flora and Echo and a few others are like all doing well and having constantly like filled chats. I feel weird talking in any stream chats because I feel like I just kill the chat the moment I show up. That's just kind of what like the general feel is. But like, I think back to like 3-4 years ago, or even like probably as soon as like 2 years ago when I first like started streaming from this house, of just like like the chat being filled and like a whole bunch of different conversations happening and joy. And then now it's, you know, a ghost of its former self, which I do think the way to kind of bounce back from it, I do want to take like Flora had some advice as well. Because I was given some advice to just like kind of the general, like the mechanics of a stream, as it were, rather than like the growth part. But Flora gave some advice about the growth part, about like, you know, still doing shorts and clipping and making your own clips and going from there, which I have been doing. Like the laptop has some, and I thought that the replay buffer has been also working on like the stream, so I could actually do that for like YouTube and stuff. Nope, it just like apparently it's just been disconnected this entire time because I checked the folder that's all supposed to go to. Never was there, so we just put it on earlier today. So that should be fine for the future. But like, I think, you know, maybe people would come back once I start making the videos that I want to make. Which I did talk to, so I talked to Cassie, I'm pretty sure you were one of them that I talked to. I know I talked to Cheese, and then I talked to Doge. And Doge, out of everybody, helped out the most. Which shocked me, because like most of the time I think Doge doesn't care about anything I do. Fair. But like when I brought it up to him about like the idea, this man is a goddamn genius. But like, why didn't he tell me this, like, you know, a year ago or something? Like, I don't know. Because we were talking about the Dead by Daylight script, about like the fact that I like went from one idea and then expanded it to like just a much bigger idea, a much more ambitious idea. No, we don't need those, because I think I'm at 100, right? I'm at 100. I don't need them. And Doge gave me the best idea, and I had to look at him like just baffled, like, you couldn't have told me this like a year ago or two when I first wanted to make videos and I just had no confidence. Like, you couldn't tell me this would probably be a great idea and I think it would work really, really well. And actually, like, it would be something that I would watch. And hearing if Doge would watch it, like, that would mean a lot more people would too, because Doge is a hard person to impress. Let me tell you. Like, the reason I don't want to play FPS games with him is not only because he's really good, but I want to actually impress him when we play, not like hold him back, you know? But he was like, hey, so like with the Dead by Daylight video, like just to let y'all know what he was saying. He was like, hey, with the Dead by Daylight video, you know, don't make it like just one long, like just super cut of just like the everything to do with it, like it's 6-hour video, because like, sure, I might watch that, but like that would just be after everything is out, and then I would watch it just as like something in the background. But if I needed to like watch like I needed help on one specific thing, why don't you make a video for just that one part, and then a separate video for a second part, and then a separate video for the third part, and then supercut them, and then, you know, with the killer stuff, same thing, 1, 2, 3, and then make a supercut for the killer, and then just put both of those videos together, and now you have 9 videos total instead of like 3. And I look at him like I said, incredulously, because I'm like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. But you're telling me this now, when I probably needed this like advice like a year or so ago when I asked, and he didn't give me it. And now he's giving me it now. Like, I was so, like, shocked. Because it's a great idea, don't get me wrong. It is absolutely what I'm going to do. So, like... it's fucking brilliant. I'm, like... And I, as he was talking about it, like, the vision just hit me. Like... You ever, I don't know, for those who like write essays or research papers or something, for me, scripts are like poetry and such. But like before you're like writing and you're like making your idea board or your outline or whatever you want, and you just like, you like think about what you're about to write, you have to look at your idea board or your outline or whatever you have, and you look at it and then you just envision everything and just how it all fits together like a perfect jigsaw. Oh, as he was talking, that jigsaw clicked. The pieces just fell right into place. I knew exactly how the first video was going to sound and look. I knew exactly how the second video was going to sound and look. I knew what the third video's like wrap up was all going to be about. Then combining it together, piece of cake. The killer one, 2, 3, easy. Combining those together and then a supercut. Boom. Essentially, sure, the same videos in 3 different ways, but that way people have different ways of watching it. And it doesn't even have to be up like immediately. Like I could do the first 3 parts, wait a little bit, do the killer 3 parts, and then at the end of the killer one, just do a supercut of the survivor. And then like a few months later, do the supercut of the killer. And then a few months later, just do the full supercut. Fucking genius. Why did he not tell me this like a while ago? Like, and then like we were talking about the Path of Solitude, like scripts and everything. And he's just like, yeah, you know, maybe do like, and I didn't even tell him like the full idea, like splitting up at each 30, but he was just like, yeah, why don't you just do like, I don't know, like a portion of it for one, and then a portion, and then a portion, and then just supercut it all together at the end of just like every single fight. And like, without like the intros and outros and stuff. And I'm like, motherfucker, you know what I want to do. Why? Why did you wait so long to tell me this? Because that was like the advice I needed to like, be like, now I know what to do. I was so like mortified at the fact that like he just waited on this, because I could have had this finished like so much earlier. That being said, because of what he said, I do have to like, I will have to like adjust the scripts, so I might have to do some rewriting here in a little bit and like move them to the side and such. But it's such a good idea. I haven't worked on scripts in a while just because this week has been god awful. I'm hoping to get started again, like, today's November 1st. I'm hoping to just get everything rolling here soon. See how it goes. But there's also so many games. I should also talk about game-wise stuff. So, so things are being done, lay behind the scenes. Since we're at 5 hours, I might wrap up the stream here soon, even if we don't find the EV. I hope we do, but like, been kind of a minute since we found anything, so I don't mind talking. I have other things I gotta get done before tonight, and then also probably a late night stream. We'll see. But so game wise for stuff moving forward. So games that are currently on the docket. I know I haven't played Hades or Stellar Blade in a minute, but those are both still on the docket, as well as Arceus and Dead by Daylight. I am considering re-recording a lot of like the Dead by Daylight stuff. The reason I say that is like I have everything just kind of like big bunches of like footage that I can comb through. But like I also thought about it, and thank goodness. Yes, I landed on top of this Abra! Let's go, Abra! Okay, listen. Dude, that Abra had a strong head. That Abra's head was insanely strong. What the hell? Okay, thanks. Sweet, I guess. That's cool. Okay. Well, that's all taken care of now, isn't it? Isn't it? We got an alpha. So, I'm just gonna kind of break down, like, the rest of the stream is just gonna be breaking down, each, like, game idea that I have right now. Like, not, like, the actual script, but just what we're gonna be doing. So, previously, I recorded every single, like all the footage I recorded was all, like, big VOD clump that was just the game and, like, no audio or anything like that. And I still, like... I still can't get the audio for some reason to work on the, like, going through to the laptop. I don't know why. I don't know how. I'm just too dumb to figure it out. I might have to talk to, like, Spring or something about it. I just don't know. I just don't know. But when I was gonna have Derpy help, like, I realized that all of the footage is, like, hours and hours of footage that I just... It just doesn't feel good to, like, have myself or somebody else comb through to find what we're looking for. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna make a way neater, like, Excel sheet for, like, everything, because I want to make sure when I'm releasing the videos that the Excel sheets are, like, alongside it too. But I'm thinking about, like, completely re-recording. But the way I'm going to do it is essentially have the replay buffer. So I'd have, like, the recording start and then stop for, like, each game that I'm going to use for, like, the footage. There's some that's, like, regardless of win or lose, like, I could use it. But, like, for the adept stuff that I'm going to do, I just need footage of, like, each adept, like, attempt individually. I don't need to show me escaping because I've already gotten the achievement, but I can at least, like, show just, like, the perks, like, being used and stuff is, like, the goal. And then me acting like a typical that type of player. And then also, like, I can get some other footage later on of the other stuff that I need. So pretty much all of the footage that I have for Dead by Daylight, I get to just wipe clean. Don't need to worry about it. And I'm just going to re-record, like, pretty much all of it. But I'm essentially recording it for what I need per video. So that way I don't have to be like, all right, now I need to do all this. Now I need to do all this. It's just, okay, we're going to record this game. What is the goal during this game? I need to do specifically this. Okay, so we'll play the game, but I need to make, like, it will determine if I need to record, like, the entire game or if I just need to do, like, a clip, which is what I would be doing on my laptop. If something funny happens, though, I now have it fixed to where my main, like, streaming computer can actually clip that rather than also needing to clip it on Twitch or something. So yeah. So Dead by Daylight's still on the docket there. For this game, I also need to talk about ZA. ZA should be starting, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday of this upcoming week. That's because Spring is the one who's making the thumbnail for the YouTube streams. And with Spring making the thumbnail, I think they said that they would probably get it to me by mid next week. So we'll start ZA officially then. My goal is that for because I do want to make it similar to this one, because I imagine there's going to be some puzzle fights and everything. I might just do the same, like, shiny thing because it's just interesting content as much as I hate it. It would be interesting to see, and, like, it's something unique at least. But I'm gonna make sure for this game, I really should have, like, done, like, a clip for every single time that we saw a shiny Pokemon. but like they were just everywhere, so I just didn't really care. For ZA though, I will have things set up so that way every time like a shiny shows up, I can at least take a clip of it like showing up rather than reaction to it, because there's not going to be a reaction to it. For this game though, I already have all the footage for like the Path of Solitude stuff, and that's really what I need. Like that footage I'm keeping because that's the idea. When we do the next Path of Solitude, which that next one is going to be after we get the remaining shinies for that page, which includes the one of them that we're getting right now. Because I need a Sylveon. Like I don't need to like re-record anything like this. Like it's pretty much just, hey, we're gonna chat. I'm gonna try to catch any shinies or whatever the alphas. And that's just for interest's sake. What else? Hades. So Hades, I don't really need to like record too much else, strangely enough. Like all the footage that I really was going to need is going to be in like the first bits of stream footage that I've recorded. Everything else is just getting to the end that I need to get of like full, complete 100%. Like it's going to be a lot of like repetition. I don't need to record all the repetition. It's really just, we're going to go through everything. We're going to grab a whole bunch of darkness or whatever we need to max things out. Next thing. Like that's just all it is. So Hades should be coming back. I don't think we'll play it tonight, but we might play it tomorrow. And then the only other one that's like fully set to go is Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade I did record like the first two, but like the second stream obviously was like super glitchy. So, oh hi. Okay. Alpha Shiny Shinx. Somebody will be happy about that. I don't entirely care, but like we can keep it. We can name it something cool. Look at the Pichus. They're so tiny. So Stellar Blade, here's the thing. I have to play through the game 3 times. Because there's 3 different endings, but the way the game encourages you to see all the endings is you get different outfits every single playthrough. So you get outfits in the first playthrough, and then you just have to re-100% the game the second time, and then re-100% the third time. And I really like that, because the game is fun, and like the game actively gets harder, and there's different enemies, depending on what playthrough you're at. The thing is, I recorded the entirety of the first 2 streams. The first stream is fine, because like that first stream is... It has the, man, my brain is like thinking. It has like the intro, it has like the first boss fight, like it has everything that I need. And I can just like cut that up into pieces and stuff and go from there. The second stream is everything that's inside the first city, or the main city. So like I can talk about things there, but mostly moving forward, like I might not use those because I might just like take clips just like moving forward. Like when we get to like run number 2, I can just redo clips from the intro. And then when we fight the first boss officially, it's once again just reusing clips. Just because it's pretty much the same thing. Maybe I'm like a little bit more powerful, but like it's just the difference. So that one I don't need to like record like the full gameplay stuff of. Otherwise, we'll be here for forever for that. So, but I have to play through the game 3 times. I've just been waiting just because I wanted to make sure that my computer can handle it. First stream we were fine, but like I didn't have that many mods. Now there's a lot more mods, and I'm once again the Red Hood mod's there, so that might be the one we just run with for like most of the first run. But the second stream, like, my computer was struggling. And when I say struggling, like, when we went out to the main area and, like, got to see, like, Scarlet and everything, and the background just started, like, clipping and, like flickering, according to my computer, it wasn't a GPU problem. It was a memory problem, which is why we increased the memory. So, we're gonna hope that it works next time, but like that should be starting to get streamed again here soon. And then ZA is also, so there's like 5 games that are being streamed right now with content being planned. Sparks is in the process of making thumbnails for some future games, though the order of which thumbnails are being done has kind of like changed a few times. Mostly because in a perfect world, if I didn't piss off everybody, the first 2 would have been fine. However, Kit's really good at making people upset, so we had to move the first 2 to potentially never, and then the third one getting made. But the third one is Arceus, so like an actual official thumbnail for Arceus. But Sparks is feeling better to like actually make them, so that should be fine. Ray also has a bunch of like life stuff going on, but they're like determined to get all the thumbnails done and are open to making more thumbnails in the future. So once their thumbnails are done, like we'll incorporate them. There's a lot of Nintendo games I'll just say that's going to be streamed here soon, but there's a few others that are going to be made. I'm also, while Spring is also making the one for ZA, I might commission Spring to make one for Escape Room Simulator. So originally, I was thinking of doing Escape Room Simulator with another person or with a group of people. However, every single person that I know has beaten all of Escape Room Simulator 1. As far as I'm aware. Because I think the original player was Cupid Slime, and then there was somebody else, and then it was somebody else, and then it was somebody else. And every single person has beaten that. There was a backup plan that I had that Doge could be the one for Escape Room Simulator 1. However, we're already playing through Persona, and we have a whole bunch of other Persona games that we get to get through. And he's, as long as... How do I say this properly? So Doge... So I because I got to talk about Persona 5R and everything too. P5R, just to make sense of it all. With Doge and Persona, he is absolutely fine with playing through all like the games and everything. The thing is, for right now, because you know he has a life and he's got a fiance and is in the process of getting married and everything like that, he has to focus on that, which is why we only stream once, maybe twice a week. Just kind of depends on his availability, right? Like the wife comes first. Kit comes maybe like 5th or 6th. Like that's just how it is. Completely understandable. No, like I have no problems with that. The thing is, based on like kind of how he's like talking about it, he's fine with playing through it and would like to play through all of them. But as time goes on, when he has to start like worrying about like, you know, family stuff and like his like love life and everything like that, personal life, while he might have time to devote to it, if there's not like a reason for him to do it, he might not like continue. So what I think will happen is we'll get through P5R, we'll get through P5S and P5T, or sorry, we'll get through those 3 as well as P3R. And he might put aside time to where we just go straight through the revival. Like that is another option. But if it's not like going to be like viable for him, and I think it means more in like a financial sense, then he might not want to continue because it's going to be taken away from like his like personal life and work and so on and so forth for whatever he's doing moving forward. Which I understood, and that's why I said I'm focusing on videos to make sure that it is worth it for him, because I think what's going to happen, and this is just me thinking out loud, is head off now. No worries, Cassie. Thank you for watching. Have a good night. Bye. Oh, Cassie, I got to send you something before you go to sleep. Like, after I do this rotation, I will send it to you. So, I think for right now, Doge is fine, like, you know, just being a part of the ride. But I think in the future, to continue, he might need to get paid in order to actually be there. Like, he wouldn't be paid to, like, have fun with it or anything. It just making his time worth it. So, that might be something I have to do in the future. I hope not. But, like, just kind of his general, like, how he was, like, talking about things, like, it really made it seem like that was a possibility. Is that? Yeah. I don't think that's going to be the case. Like, just not going to be clear. I don't think it's going to be the case I need to pay him. But, like, if push comes to shove, like, I completely understand, especially because based on how both of our lives are going, I think he's come to the conclusion, faster than I have, that my life is really just going to be streaming, sticking to myself, and working and sleeping until streaming might not be a thing anymore, or like some sort of other entertainment. It's just going to be regarding games till the day I die. Like, I don't think he has any confidence that I'll find a person or like have like a love life or like even just be useful to the world in any sense other than game. I think he's realized that. So, like, he knows I'm just going to be sticking with this for a long period of time. While he, you know, will have a better job. He will have, you know, a full family to take care of. And, like, actual, like, life things that he has to do. And also, like, hanging out with, like, particular people. So, with that, like, I get it. Like, it has to be more enticing for him to be a part of it. And if it's not enticing to him, then he has no reason to do it. He, like, it's going to become a part where it has to be worthwhile for his time. But for now, at least as far as, like, Persona goes, every other Tuesday should be Persona 5 Royal with Doge. And also, I believe every other Saturday morning or Friday night will also be Persona 5 Royal with Doge. So we'll be getting through the game pretty quick. No, then. There we go. Okay. Hello. Brain just like stopped. Yeah. So every other Tuesday is gonna be Caboodle Day, moving forward. And I don't. Or we're still. Sorry. Hi, Pikachu's. Every other Tuesday is a Caboodle Day. My brain just stopped because I'm getting messaged. Sorry. With Caboodle Day, we're trying to figure out one of three things. We're either going to play a game that's like just cooperative between all four of us, and like that's just going to be the goal moving forward. We're either going to just do something we did similar to last time, or we're just going to play whatever random game like suits our fancy, whether it's Mahjong, whether it's like Midnight Murder Party, whether it's Escape Room Simulator, like, which we'll get to Escape Room Simulator because that's number 2. Number 2 is that we might just do Escape Room Simulator, just all 3 of us. And like, that's just going to be the goal moving forward, is we'll just get through every single escape room, find everything, and just go from there. The thing is, I don't know if Cube and Slime have already gone through most of Escape Room Simulator 2. And if they have, then we wouldn't do that. The third idea that we have is I've been on a binge of rewatching clips, not the full games, but clips from the Nonary game series. Most specifically, I've been watching clips from 999 and Zero Time Dilemma. And it just made me remember how fucking good of a game series that is, and how interesting it is. And as much as people don't like Zero Time Dilemma, it's still my favorite. So, like, whatever. But it's another game that I would want Doge to experience. The thing is, Cube and Slime, I know, also agree that's a really good game. And we were debating whether or not it was just going to be a me and Doge game, or if it was going to be all of us. And it seems like it's going to be an all of us sort of situation. Completely down for it. I'm fine with that. The thing is, it's going to take us so long to get through the games, because it's going to be every other Tuesday, unless like Cube and Slime's schedule changes suddenly. But I'm going to touch base with the group tomorrow just to kind of like go over what we're thinking. And then, yeah. But that'll be every other Tuesday is what the plan is there. And then as far as the other groups, so we got the Danganronpa group. I know there's some people who've been waiting for Danganronpa 2 to come back or to start. It is starting, I should mention. So we had to take a little bit of a hiatus from Danganronpa to start Danganronpa 2. Halloween, a lot of people had plans. And then Dory has plans all the way up to the middle of November. Me and Cheese are free. And I think Doge also had something, not the first week, but I think the second week of November, that he just wouldn't be able to be part of anything. So starting in the middle of November, which I think the agreed upon time is going to be Saturday mornings, the Danganronpa group will be getting together to start Danganronpa 2. I've made it very clear, but I'm saying it for this stream, and I'll make it sure it's very much stated at the beginning of Danganronpa 2. Dory and I know what's going on in the game. Cheese and Doge, no idea. So of course we're doing still no spoilers. Not gonna be in chat. But the 2 new rules I'm doing, so that way it's more enjoyable for really everybody, is everyone has to like do a voice and say things. And like part of the fun of Danganronpa, especially when you're like streaming it or playing it, is just like having fun with the voices and like having fun with the characters. And if you're just like kind of meh with it, it just doesn't, like, even on a stream, like not even just a stream sense, just in general, it just feels meh. So I'm making it a statement that like all of us just have to have fun with the voices. If there is something that they don't want to say, or it's like it's crossing a line to say, Doge and I have fully like stepped forward, specifically towards Cheese, just because like there's some things that Cheese is just not comfortable saying that Doge and I are perfectly fine with. So we both have offered to just like, if there's a sentence you don't want to say, we'll come up with our own voice and just say it as the character. And like, that way everything's being read out and not just being like, I don't feel comfortable saying that, so I'm going to skip this line. It's like, but it's still on the screen. It still needs to be read for those who are just listening to the video and not watching. Like, hold on. The other thing that I'm putting my foot down on is if somebody is tired or like they have like other things to do or it's not focused, stream's ending like right then and there. The reason for that is because I think a lot of, especially the end of a lot of the trials, ended up getting rushed and like looked over or like glossed over. Specifically, and I know I'm going to be calling out Cheese when I'm saying this, but Cheese is so valid. Like, it's completely understandable why. Did I already have a Ponyta? Okay. Sorry. So, when we streamed at night, which is why we're switching to Saturday mornings, Cheese was just so tired and like so out of it. And I think it was a mix of tiredness and there was just some other stuff going on. But like that's why we're switching to the mornings. But I'm making it known that like if you're like tired or like, you know, you can't focus or anything like that, or something else is going on that you have to like, it's like, hey, when are we gonna like stop? Like we're just gonna stop right then and there, because there's no point continuing forward if the people who are part of the stream who like are experiencing the game for the first time aren't focused. And it's especially true in the second game where there's so much information and so much stuff going on that like if you're just getting tired and like just letting it gloss over, or we're just trying to speed through it, you're just gonna miss important information that's just gonna like wear you down even more. And then like something's gonna happen, you're gonna be confused, and then it's just up to Dory and I to like have to fill in the gaps, you know? So this shouldn't be a problem because it's gonna be in the mornings now rather than afternoons. But I know that there's like some stuff like with switching to the mornings, there's sometimes where Doge is gonna have to like he's got stuff that has to happen at a certain time, so he might have to go, and at that point we'd just be like, oh, we're almost done with the trial, but we're gonna stop here because he's got to go. Like we can't just rush through this. Like we'll still take our time, and I can just save whenever, so it's fine. Are there any other? I don't think there's too much else I really need to talk about or say. I'm not, so I talked about this previously. I'm not somebody who's really going to be like collabing or co-comming that much. I blame Cassie for me stumbling the Flora stream, making that connection, because I thought it was being flamed for Dead by Daylight game. Cassie told me otherwise, and I was curious. So, well, very, very nice. All of them are just super, super sweet and nice. So, very good community there. We'll probably still be playing quite a bit. I know I got invited to play Phasmophobia with them. Which I thought they were only doing that for like Halloween, but it sounds like they actually have genuine interest in like continuing to stream Phasmophobia and Dead by Daylight moving forward, as alongside the other stuff they play. I think they play Minecraft and Stardew, which Stardew is a great game, so nice. But and then they also play Pokemon as well. So I might end up joining for some Phasmophobia rounds. If any of y'all were around when Kazooie invited me to play Phasmophobia, and then there is I think it was Minimal Art's charity stream. It was somebody's charity stream. I think it was Minimal Art, because that's the only 2 times I played Phasmophobia. Oh, and then Hunk. Like, Hunk was like a speedrunner of the game. So he just ran through everything as I died every time. Y'all will know what I'm going to be getting into. Like, with how I'm going to react. I don't think Flora's community is gonna be... I think they're going to be surprised by my reaction to things. Like, it's going to be a fun time, to be sure. It's interesting how like their first impression of me, I should say, which I'm pretty sure is a proper first impression, is I was very monotone when I first was there. And I generally am. Like, even in real life, I'm just mostly like monotone. On stream, sure, like I enunciate my voice quite a bit, but like for the most part, I just kind of like keep my voice down for the most part. Especially with like every time I played with them, like Doge and Allie are asleep in the other room, so I gotta be quiet. But also, since I don't have a camera on me, back then, now I do. I used to like sit very close to this mic and then just kind of be more quiet about it, so that way y'all can still hear me, but it's still just quiet in general. And I think for the most part, they just got this general idea that I'm just like very monotone and just very like relaxed. Well, I am relaxed and chill. Sometimes I get hyper. There's chaos that happens. And once again, if y'all know how I was when I played Phasmo when it first came out, you should very much know. You'll very much be aware of what my reaction is going to be to a lot of the ghost stuff going on. Yeah. If you don't, you're in for a treat. That's all I can say. But I also, it sounds like I can join in for DBD stuff as well. Which that one I think is going to be more, like I said, more chill on my end. I don't have to like really try unless like we get to a point where we just really need to focus. So I should be running my aura reading build quite a bit, just so that way I can like really just make it as easy as possible and then help people learn. It's got to be like a redone of like Neko's first time playing Dead by Daylight. Alright, well, I'm going to do one more lap after this one, and then I think we can call it. No EVs. And honestly, like, this is to be expected. This is... As much as I hate shiny hunting, I enjoy talking. I enjoy talking about my stories, about just wild things, about games, like what have you. This is the stream of just talking about whatever while doing shiny hunting. Like, as much as I hate the concept of shinies and people overhyping all of them, as I've said numerous times before, the actual grind part for this or any other game does not bother me and never will bother me. I will always, like, for any sort of grinds whatsoever, like, listen, we're going to keep going because I have more to talk about now. I pretty much ran out of something to talk about. Now I have something to talk about. The grind for anything in a game does not bother me in the slightest. If it takes an hour to do the grind, whatever. If it takes 10 hours to do the grind, whatever. If it takes 100 or 1,000 hours, see Dead by Daylight, I do not mind. Like, it is just... I'm playing the game. I'm having fun regardless. Some people think it might be, like, supremely monotonous. If you've seen, like, me play Persona 4, Golden, and P5 and P5R, like, I have gone days and weeks of grinding in proper spots just to get it done. Heck, even Metaphor Fantasio, which we will get back to at some point. Like, I grinded my butt off in those games and became super powerful and had no issues. So, also, I just turned and saw that it's 11 o'clock, so I don't know if I will be streaming Dead by Daylight now tonight, just because it's going to be super late, and I have still a lot on my phone that I got to get done. So that's going to be fun. We'll see. We'll see. This will be last lap. I do also want to make a list of all games to currently stream and go back to, and whether it would be just by myself or potentially with someone else. We'll see. It really is just gonna have a lot that I need to work on, and now that I have like proper goal and like a good idea, Doge giving me a good idea, that's fair. So, all right, let's head back. I guess the one final thing to say is, sorry, we're not going to be looking for Eevee right now, but I should just do this while I'm here. So, as talked about, our main goal is to get all the remaining shinies that are not, like, we're really just missing a shiny Burmy. That's really it. For trash. That's all it is. Some other stuff. Shiny of these. I gotta get the shinies of the others. So there's still a lot to do, but we also have, as stated before, like, all the alphas that I want to get, so that way I have every single alpha in the game, just for whatever crazy reason that I wanted to. But I also need to get the remaining shinies. Getting all the alphas, in particular, I don't care, for all intents and purposes, of like how long it takes. Like, it's gonna take a while. I'm doing it in between all of the shiny hunting. Right now, finding a shiny, whatever it's called, the shiny EVs are taking like a big priority right now. Everything else should kind of like fall into place, but the shiny EVs are hands down going to take ages to find. If this stream itself was any indication, like, it is going to take a very long time. It is 1000% going to take a very long time. Do I care? Not really. Like, I love how there's 3 beats in a row, by the way, that are all... Do I have any place to place them? Sure. It's just so funny. I have... Like it's just gonna take a while, and I get it, that's gonna take a while. So like, we're not gonna be moving on from a different place, from one area to the next, until I get everything taken care of in those specific areas, right? So in this area, right, we need 3 shiny Eevees, and then the Sneasel, and up until the point of finding this 2 Sneasels that we need, which I have to talk to Spring, because I think Spring and I can come up with the plan. I just have to rack his brain on a few things. I could still look for all of the alphas that I'm still missing in the first place, and then same goes for whatever other place. So alphas, I'm not too worried about. It's really just like the EVs are going to be the big one to find, as it were. We will get there in due time. The alphas are not the hard part. It is absolutely the shinies. But that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. So we have so many of these. Also, this guy, this freaking alpha shiny Shinx. I will figure out what to do with later, because like Shalfas, I traded away a lot of them because I just didn't care. But since I'm not worried about trading anymore, like, I probably should, like, if I find one, just keep it, just because like that still is what it is. But we'll see. I don't know what I'm doing with all these shinies. If there's people who want them, like, I would just give them away, I think is the big thing. Because, like, I don't need any of them. These all are just duplicates. So I have 5 boxes full of duplicates. Minus a few. And then, yeah. I want to say, by the way, this bottom path is this. I need to make another one, but essentially I need the ones from my like past that we're going to be getting rid of. I'm going to hold on to still because they're just from the past. It's going to go from, but everything else is like fair game. So Anyway, that is going to be it for the stream for tonight. It was a fun time for sure. Doing facecam again is interesting, but we'll see how it goes moving forward. Tomorrow I should be streaming earlier. Keyword, I'm going to try to. Yeah, and then we will go from there. I'm going to try to do 2 streams tomorrow, but fucking email. Okay, yeah, but we should be just pretty straightforward. But I got shit to do today, so with that, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, and or evening. Of course, my name is Kadafi, and I'll see you all next time for some more Ready Gaming. See you all later. Peace. Bye-bye.